So, welcome. Hello, everyone. I was just typing in chat here. Just want to answer one more. Hello there. All right, hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, so I'm back. Came back yesterday from the US. Still a bit jet lagged, and I have a little cold. So, if my voice sounds a bit different, it's because I have a cold. And so a big hello to Captain Mitchell. Hey, I hope you're doing well. Brennell, nice to see you. Kenneth Pluck, hello. Peter, hello. Pile19, nice to see you too. And Luke, good evening. Right, here we are. Look at this. Look at this beauty. And it is a beauty, isn't it? And yes, we are actually in Microsoft 2024. Who would have thought? So the Horizon simulations guys have actually managed to update this bird to make it accessible here in 2024, which is nice. Hey Alex, and Brad van der Moyen, nice to see you. Yeah, so the idea is to try this aircraft out, see how that works, and if there's anything really wrong with it. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully this will work nicely. So we'll see. Hey Jelen, nice to see you. Thank you so much for the 17 months.
Get well soon and on to another month of learning and entertainment.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
That's really kind. Thank you so much. And I hope you're doing well, Jelen. Nice to see you. John, hello to you. What's the best scenery for Frankfurt? I think it's still Aerosoft, in my opinion, right? Astura, well, I'm off like for 5 weeks now, so I've got another holiday block coming up. But I mean, you know, I do see myself, you know, committed to this community. So yes. So to me, this isn't work, right? This is still a hobby. I enjoy flight simming. So.
Snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Hey Nate, nice to see you.
Here's to many more. Feel well. As always, looking forward to the stream today.
Thank you so much, Nate. And yeah, I've just been to the US, and I have to say again, you know, whenever I interact with the Americans, I get some great experiences. I love the way they, you know, they are very, very easy to talk to and yeah, friendly. I know there's always exceptions, but there's exception everywhere. We have exceptions here in Germany, so. It was another really nice stop there, even though the weather was a bit bad, but otherwise it was a very nice stop. Some great food and yes, Nate, exactly, right. So, you know, my point is that don't get influenced too much by people, you know, and the news, and you know, so
thank you for your kind
keep a positive attitude.
Please join us on the captain's table.
Oh, that's really kind, Brennell. Vielen Dank. This is so nett. Oh my God, hang on, guys. Oh Jesus, hang on. So first of all, Brennell, vielen Dank.
No donation. Here comes a little late Easter gift.
Oh, that's really kind. So Brennell, thank you so much for the kind words and the €30 donation. That's really, really kind. Thank you very much, Brennell. And as always, pleasure having you here, Brennell. And I'm looking forward to the next VFR group flight that we can arrange.
A gift from me to you.
And then
enjoy the gifted sub.
Good Lord, we've got John Tamira. It's a John Tamira coming in with 5 gifted subs. That's 15 in total on the channel. So also to you, thank you so much, John. And those that have been gifted, so Sharkbait, The Clenk, Jeffrey, The Peng, Dr. Peng, and Janlop, please say a big thank you to John for gifting you those subs. Thank you very much. That's really kind. And happy Easter, yeah. Happy Easter, belated Easter wishes, yes. Thank you very much. Oh, I forgot to say hello to lovely guys on YouTube. So Nelio, hello to you. James, hello. And Oliver, hey, how are you doing? Yes. Oh, yeah, Trosport, yes. Yeah, let me just quickly, before we start going here, power the aircraft. Yeah, big shout out to Captain A320. So he's also a captain, real world captain, instructor, actually.
Entertainment will be served.
And he has a huge YouTube presence, huge channel there.
B711 clap, BB711.
Thanks so much, Hatchet. As well, thank you, Hatchet, for the 13 months. That's really kind as well. Thanks for long-term support. Welcome back. And yeah, hope you're doing well. Yeah, so we had some great talk. I know it's a shame. Well, it's a shame for some people that don't understand German because we had some great talks yesterday. I do love these talks. From pilot to pilot, and two captains talk about some interesting stuff. Really, so it was great being there. I was just a bit sad to see that. He was having issues initially with the A350 from Minibuilds, and I've heard some other people had some problems. So John, I'm not sure, is there a English translation there, like text translation? Is that possible? Yeah, so maybe that way you can at least get translation going text-wise. Yeah, Sven's community is brilliant. Yeah, they are really, really, really nice people, and they welcomed me nicely and put out some great questions. So I could have stayed longer if it were not for my wife having made dinner, right? So you'll understand that I actually stayed longer than I initially intended, anyways, because I told my wife at 7 o'clock I will be there for dinner, and then at 7:30 she kind of pinged me and said, "Dinner is getting cold." I'm like, "Oh, okay, I've got to go." So yeah, that's why I hopped off quickly yesterday, but it was great, absolutely fantastic. Hey, Kupinato, wie geht's? How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way?
Yeah,
to the first
Torsport.
class cabin?
I know. It's one of those sayings. Some people will roll their eyes to the saying, but it's. It works both ways. But yes, of course,
BB711 beloved.
Iowa Scotsman, thank you as well. 50 months, right? Iowa. Let's see. I know that you weren't really upfront regarding shared flight, but you said you would be open to shared flight, right? So I am thinking about getting something going in the next 1 or 2 weeks, if you're interested. And a big shout out to Iowa Scotsman, guys. If you don't know him, he also streams on Twitch. Make sure to leave him a like and check out the channel. Yeah, Alex, exactly. Anybody? I was using P3D and even P3D version 6, so 5 and 6 in Windows 11. What's your question in that regard? Right, let me just do the first couple of items, guys.
Could new subscribers please make
one very cool thing about the 787 is the cockpit layout has been streamlined tremendously. When you look back at the 737 cockpit, or even the 777 cockpit, the 787 cockpit has been streamlined even more. So one thing that always strikes me when I walk into the flight deck, and the problem is I can't open the door here, can I? No, I can't open the door here. But when you walk in, it's such a neat and tidy cockpit. It's not huge. Here's already the back wall there. It's not huge, but it's nice, neat, and kind of a futuristic looking cockpit, which I like. Hey, Ivan. And Mesquita as well to you. Thank you so much for 12 months. That's 1 year. Let's give a round of applause for that. Oh, man. Still can't hear the applause. Oh, I know why. Duh. Hang on. I have to start chatbot. Hang on. Give me a second. I'm having difficulties with chatbot lately because for some reason it's not connecting. Thank you so much for the hype. It says hype train. Yeah, hype train. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much for the kind donations and the gifted subs and the resubs. Thank you so much, everyone. Right, let me just try to find chatbot here. Chatbot. It's not here, but I'm going to find it. And by Phelan, hello. All right, I will answer. Pleasure to do shared flight. Yeah, so I would just let me know what aircraft you'll be most comfortable with, and then we'll get something going. Driven F250. Hello to you. How are you doing? Right, let me just see if I can connect here to Twitch. There we go. Does that work now? No. And Lilienthal, nice to see you. Hello, hello. Right, let me see now. Still doesn't work. Right, big thank you. I've got to get that fixed. I don't know. It's logged in everything, but it's just not doing the voice, the sound files. Really weird. Thank you so much again, Miskita. Recently installed Vancouver, but I'm not seeing any gates at the airport. That sounds like a GSX issue. Do you have GSX? That sounds like it. Right. So the 787 is one of those aircraft that actually doesn't need the battery switch to be on to power up the main electrics. It's kind of weird, but that's just what it is. I mean, the procedure still says you're supposed to put on a battery first, which will start the common core resources. So there's like two big computer setups, left and right. Then you get the first display powering up, and then once that's up, you can actually connect the ground power or get the APU running. Now, this is actually not really a plugged in, so it's an aft external power, but we rarely have that plugged in. So normally it'll just be the left and the right. Hey, Lilienthal, wie geht's dir? Oh, sorry, Lilienthal, hello to you. I already said hello to you. I meant Lee, wie geht's dir? Moin, moin. Yeah, Brennelt, you could be right. Yeah, you could be right. Maybe there is an update out and I have not seen it yet. Double sound? Oh, hang on. Hold on. Right. Is it double sound still? It shouldn't. Guys, on Twitch, guys, is there double sound for you? Do you guys hear double sounds? Because somebody on YouTube is saying they are hearing... No? Okay. No. And someone else missed... So MG King, also thanks for the feedback. Audio's okay. Okay, guys, so FYSIX or physics, I think it's called physics, right? Physics, check your... Maybe you have two browsers open or something. Thank you much for the feedback, guys. Der Frage, thank you so much as well. Audio's good. Thank you so much. Right, cool. So once we've done that, once we've got the electric power sorted out, then we could go left to right, top to bottom to get things set up. Now this normally is actually off, and you can't click that. So that's for the towing power, and the aircraft is towed. So all the necessary switches and electric lines that needed for towing of the aircraft would be on, but that normally is off as well. Like flight deck door power, emergency lights, window heat, hydraulic panel remains as it is, i.e. off, seatbelts on. Nate, okay, thanks for that. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, so Brennelt, if we were to start the engines here at the gate, right, then and let's say the APU is inoperative, right? That's one of the cases where the aft external power would be plugged in to help with the engine start. Because if we look at the electrics here, electric page, we have some very big systems like hydraulic pumps. You know that the engines are started electrically. So normally you have engines being started by either APU bleed air or some external bleed air. But that's not the case here in the 787. So the 787 actually has what they call generator drive generators. So they have not just the generator generating electrics, but also a motor. Right, so it works both ways. And when you start the engines, maybe we can have that page open when we start the engines. You will see a little circle in here telling you that the generators are now actually working as a motor, not as a generator. Okay, physics, no worries. I thought that could be the case. Physics, no worries, all good. Yeah, so Brendel, the thing is this. So you see this field here, load shedding. So load shed. So this aircraft is very clever in the way it manages electric loads for you. Okay, so let's say we only have 2 external powers connected. Yeah, and then you start the engines. These take a huge amount of electric load when they start the engines, right? Big engines need a lot of drive power to get them running. That then means that the aircraft will look at systems that are not needed for the engine start, like coffee machine, right? or even worse, the entertainment system, right? So let's say the cabin crew is showing the emergency video, right? So, you know, to get people tell the people where you have the life vests, what to do in an emergency, etc., right? Now, then for the engine start, if we don't have all 3 connected, then suddenly the load shedding would kick in, and at least the toilet works. Well, who knows? I don't know. So the problem is we can't tell the system what we would like to have shed, right, to save some electric power. It does that automatically. So the lights could go off in the cabin, right, at nighttime. That could be quite intimidating for some people. Right, when the cabin gets dark suddenly, etc. So that's why it's preferably the case that the aft external power, which connects then to the large motor system bus, right? And so everything like electric hydraulic pumps, the pack system, everything, right? All the big electric components, they have they're connected at the rear E&E compartment through the large motor power system bus. Hey, thank you much for 5 Swiss francs. Easy 887, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Astur, let's not go in there. Let's not get there. Right, so. Alrighty, so what else do we have? We've got this, then we've got the passage signs on. This all remains. We don't do any CVR test. That's all done by the maintenance. Just make sure the...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard.
Hey, physics as well. The Twitch Prime. Thank you so much.
New subscribers should now pick up their pass to first class. Thank you.
Let's see the translation coming in now.
Mid Prime, Subigrain.
Subigrain. Thank you so much, Physics, for the 2 months with the Twitch Prime. That's really kind. Thank you so much. Niklas asked, which nav data does display? Well, I have Navigraph data. The thing is that it doesn't support en route charts just yet. So that's not what's working. Now, one thing I'm wondering, Navigraph charts, because in Microsoft 2020, this actually causes a lot of issues with FPS. So I wonder what it does here. Let me just sign in really quickly. I'm a bit wondering what it does here. Right, let me just log in, and that should logged in now. Come on. Perfect. Right, import the flight. Sim brief. So this is our flight today. If anybody plans to or would like to fly along, this is the routing that I've filed on Twitch. Oh, not Twitch. Oh God, my brain. Like I said, guys, you got to be careful. I'm still a little bit jet lagged. My brain is not 100% yet. Okay. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, so this is what I'm using, right? With hang on. Right, let's do this, shall we? Okay, cool. I'm wondering. No, hang on, Brennan. Why is that? I changed that for sure. Nightbot. That is weird. Didn't I? I was so sure that changed that today. Hang on, let me just change that real quickly. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing one flight today, guys, but I'll be streaming tomorrow again. So I will be back tomorrow with another stream. It's just that because yeah, you're not responsible, that's true. Right, it should work now. Now it should be correct. Yeah, so I don't know how I'm faring with the cold. And then my voice, for example, usually is the first thing that goes. Right, yeah, I can see it already costs me some FPS here with the Navigraph app. It's just so weird. Maybe that's because in a second window or something. All right, anyways, so we got the seatbelt signs on. Fuel pumps remain off. We got the wing and engine anti-ice in auto position. Nav lights are on. The rest of the lights are off. We've got humidifier on. Trim air on. Packs. So normally the pack system would be switched on. However, and I'm hearing the packs now, which actually shouldn't happen. Because the weird thing is, the external power isn't actually normally strong enough to power the cabin air compressors. Right, so on the outside, so you guys know the 787 doesn't have bleed air for the pack system. It actually uses a cabin air compressor. Right, so here's the inlet. So here's the inlet. And that's a blocker door. So on the ground, normally that will be open to block or prevent FOD getting any objects getting into that compressor area. This is a cooling air, ceramic air, cooling air for the PEC system. But yeah, here would be the scoop, if you like, for the cabin air compressors. We have 4 in total. So left side 2 and right side 2. Right. So these take in the air, compress it, and then feed it to the PEC system left and right. I don't know. Do you have an old link maybe? Because there is a new link. Well, actually, it's not a new link, is it? I can call it up. So this is the link. For me, it's working. Hayden, hello to you. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Does the blocker also block the intake of her? Yeah, Gillen, good point. I hope so. But then again, I mean, this is luckily, so luckily this, you know, this intake is a little bit higher up, right? So it should not really, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if that representation is correct. Could be, because I could just barely walk beneath the aircraft standing up. And I'm 6'2", so... Yeah, but then again, this blocker door should be open. Right, let me just show you guys how it looks. I can show you a picture. How it looks when the blocker door is actually open. Let me just connect my iPad. And where is it? Ah, there it is. Okay, so so here we got it, right? So you can see again the intake, and then there's a blocker door, right? So what you can see here, that will be opened, especially doing ground ops. Oh, you clicked that from the Twitch profile. Seriously, that's... I appreciate the feedback. Oh, you mean the one engine out? Hang on. Ah, okay, so the one engine out website, now I get it, okay. Let me just change that real quickly. I do appreciate that feedback. Because it's now .org, not .com anymore. You're the first guy that's seen that for ages, so... Okay, try again, please, in 2 minutes. Well, actually now, it should work now. That link should be correct now. Thank you so much. Cool. Would you give anything for being released this aircraft? Yeah, so Kelts, I mean, sure. I mean, I would love to have a really nice, nice working, 787. That would be great. Yeah, I agree. Cool. So normally the overhead panel is done by the pilot, by the co-pilot. So my work actually starts here at the flight control unit. So I would set my nav display accordingly. Unfortunately, it's a shame. So the VSD, the vertical situation display, is still not working. But I can put the terrain on. TCAS is off. So I would select traffic, but TCAS is still off, so it's not going to show any traffic there. Data I can select, but the rest I'll leave as is. Then I am going to make sure the weather radar is off. Flight director's on. The autopilot actually, usually we never put these switches to off. Those are normally always on. This should be obviously hectopascal. I can already check the weather. So the altimeter would be somewhere, I guess, about 1023. Then I am expecting 18 for departure. I don't think actually we have tower. Cool, we have tower online. Actually, we get ATIS as well now. So yeah, QD just 1023. So that's cool. That's correct. I'm going to set the on the standby indication here as well. So 1023. And we have the wind is 0. Oh, okay, so 01010. Now in the 787, we are allowed to take off with 15 knots of tailwind. So strictly speaking, if the performance calculator would allow us, performance-wise, to take off, the wind would be okay. But it's northerly winds. Usually you would have to tell the tower that you're able for the 18 departure in that case. Hey, Pürval, Dankeschön. Yeah, das ist so geplant. So Purva is just asking, I was just saying that he enjoyed the stream yesterday with, or my visit with Captain A320. So yesterday I was too tired to join any flights, obviously coming back from the US. But we are still planning to do a shared flight together. So to do another flight cast, if you like, and a shared flight. Yeah, for sure. He's a very nice guy. Really enjoyed it yesterday. And I have to say, I admire. So Captain A320, Sven, he has something that I don't have. Right? He has an amazing amount of patience, which I don't. So he had some. I think he said he had 2 crash to desktop or two problems with the Inibuilds A350 yesterday, and I saw him having to restart on the ground at Iceland yesterday. But he was just staying so calm, which was brilliant. So. Big hats off to him. I don't know how he does it, but GG's. Yeah, so Quotenwagner. Yeah, exactly. Right. I honestly, I already knew yesterday that that the aircraft actually works. Well, let me just do something. Let me try something. So normally, if I put these outer display contrast rings on the dot there. Then it should do everything over the master. So if I select master here, normally I can adjust the brightness of all displays at the same time. That doesn't work here. That's a shame. Hey, Captain Chaos, nice. 67 minutes, that's a long time. Captain Chaos, thank you so much. Yeah, I just got a little cold, but apart from that, all fine. Thank you so much for asking, Captain Chaos, and I hope you're doing well. Direct bug. Yeah, but I mean, these are like really, really kind of unique features that I don't really mind that it's not simulated, right? Thank you. Okay, Captain KS, you're doing well. That's good to hear. Thank you so much. And Alpha, hey, 12-5 Alpha, hello to you. Wie geht's dir? Nice to see you. Now, I've already done some test flights today because I want to see how the fly-by-wire system is simulated, and I'll talk about that. So some people were commenting on some thing like auto rotation. Right, you know, I'll check the oxygen here. Get the seat set up, pedal set up. Yeah, so hand flying is actually not bad. They've done a good job hand flying and simulating the aircraft's behavior. There's just a few things with like fuel flow, with engine power settings and so on, which are not 100% correct. But I mean, even the PNG and even the Phoenix still has some issues with that, right? So that's why I wouldn't really expect this to be perfect either. Nishant, hello. You're a big fan. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Thank you for the kind words. Oh, really? So somebody's saying that if you put all that to minimum, then it works, which is a bit unusual. Like, you mean like all of them? And then it works. Yeah, normally that would click in. I don't know, maybe there's a way to do it. I don't know, but I'll adjust it this way right now. No problem. Right, so Bradfan asks, what's the procedure in case of a go-around and the flight directors are switched off due to raw data approach? Yeah, so normally, Bradfan, when you press these toggle buttons, it doesn't matter which aircraft really. So even in the A320, if you slam the thrust levers into the toggle notch, and you were flying with flight directors off, right, they would come back on. Right, they would come back on, and normally when you then select a different mode, heading mode, lateral or vertical mode, that would then switch off the flight director again. But initially for the go-around, it would come on. It's the same thing on the 747 as well. Okay. Where do I get the 747? Okay. Now the thing is, I currently, right, if you go to my website, if you go to web app, and then you go to checklists, and then 777, you then get to the flows. All right. So I don't have the complete flows from cold and dark, right? So I just have the power up, and then the rest is pretty much initially straightforward. So then I did like FMS preparation, which I think is important, but then we just go with the before start procedure. Checklist, here you don't need a checklist, a paper checklist, because the 777 and the 787 has a electronic checklist. So that's why you don't need a paper checklist. That's why we don't have that here. But that's how you would get to these checklists. Is this version 2, Philip? I'm not sure. So this is 1.2.4 for the Horizon. So the Horizon mod, which now works in Microsoft 2024. And there's some videos out there to tell you how to get it activated. You do need is it premium version? Or even the premium deluxe version, I think. So for Microsoft 2020, you need the most, I think it's the most expensive version, which has the 787-10, and only then with the basic 787-10, only then can you have the Horizon mod installed and working. But like I said, there's videos out there that explain to you how to get that installed. For the Horizon mod, so what I did, I updated for Microsoft 2020, and then just pulled over the folder, the Horizon 787 folder, into the Community 2024 folder. Right, that worked. But then you have to do something in the marketplace as well on Microsoft 2024 to get everything working. Right, before I enter anything into the FMS, let me just go do the rest of the items. So we got parking brake set. We've got the pitch trim, stabilizer cutout switches guarded in normal. The fuel control switch is cut off. We've got the alternate flaps covered and in normal mode, also off. Let's do these panels. Then we'll have a transponder here. Yeah, VHF panels as should be. Normally I would have cabin, flight, PA open, those lines. Transponder is in standby. Yeah, that's all normal. All right, cool. And then we can go into the FMS. On the website, yeah. So once again, if you go to... let me just get my normal... There we go. Yeah. So if you go to blackbox711.com, right, there under the menu, web app, that's where you find checklists and procedures. So procedures, just some things interesting, Al-Navina approach, but normally on the checklists, if I have published flows, there you would find those. And that's actually more also intended, well, you can do that single pilot, but that is also intended for shared flight. That was the idea really behind that. And Solaris, hello to you. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Is Microsoft 2024 flyable? Dark, what do you mean flyable? I honestly, I have to say that I was really, really disappointed for a long time in regarding Microsoft 2024, but it is getting better. It is getting slowly better, and I'm getting better performance now. We're getting more and more aircraft now working in 2024, so I do like to mix things up a little bit now. And now, especially with the beautiful 787 available. Oh yeah, and a couple of days ago we had an issue with one of the nose gear sensors, position sensors. So they had to run a ground test. So when we arrived, they put in all of the gear pins. So there's two pins. There's one pin there, one pin there. Then pins on the nose gear, and then they cycled the gear lever, which was the gear itself doesn't move because of the gear pins securing the gear, but the gear doors were actually moving. So I was outside and I saw the main gear doors move, and they are huge. They are just absolutely enormous. So imagine this whole thing. All right, just opening up, getting down. Yeah, so they had to perform some tests, and it was nice. And I love the engine. The fan blades, if you see them IRL, huge, and they're mostly composite these days. I think it's just the edges which are metal, but the rest is so titanium. I think the front edges, the rest is composite material now. This is Aerosoft, Frankfurt. Yeah, Jelend, obviously, you know, I was far enough away. So the thing is, in the 777, the diameter of the engine has the same size as a 737 fuselage, which is crazy. So Quotenwagner did reply. So he knows. So you need premium deluxe in 2020. Okay, so you need either for 2020 or 2024. So if you have the deluxe version for 2024, then you also have access to the 2020 version. Okay, that's cool. Thanks for the info. Yeah. Hey Simon, Dankeschön. Yeah, like I said yesterday, I was a really enjoyable. Somebody said they call that not podcast, they call that flycast, which I like. Nice description. So yeah, it was nice to talk to Sven. He's a lovely guy, and yeah, we had some great, if you like, captain to captain talks. Covered some interesting areas. We got lots of good questions as well from the community. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. Absolutely. Yeah, looking forward to maybe a shared flight in the near future. Would be great. Would love that. Right, so we've got the current database. We're actually, yeah, so April 17th until May 14th, 25. So that's new. So we've loaded that page in. And then what I normally do is already get the departure route. So we should be doing Cindy 7 Sierra out of runway 18. Then the rest of the routing is Cindy. Then we've got direct. So Cindy is the endpoint. Then we've got Zulu 74 to Lampu. Then direct to Nombo, Yankee 161 Maisach. Then we've got direct Favor, direct Raditz, direct Rekti, direct Nemec, direct Glomi, direct Inlot, direct Pindo, and then the arrival routing. Uniform Lima 607 to Xorki, and then the arrival. Axel, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, he must have been so exhausted, right? Streaming for what, 10 hours, 11 hours or something? And having to deal with these issues, crash the desktop and some other things, yeah. Yeah, LA Aviation, yeah, I would love a shared flight with him, yeah. So the thing is, in order to avoid, so let's talk about the real aircraft. So in order to avoid a activation of the LNAV function in case of a wind shear on takeoff, where we press the toggle buttons, what we have to do is, it's just a bug in the real aircraft FMS. So what we do for the arrival, we don't select the ILS or RNAV, whatever, we just select the runway, the landing runway. So we can enter the arrival and the transition, but not the approach itself. Let me just see, let me go to flight information, ATIS request. Now the question is, if I do the ATIS and there isn't ATIS, will it at least get me the METAR? Oh, aborted. Okay, so that's aborted. Anything else? Company, weather requests. Let's try it this way. So I guess we got the answer already. So we'll take the actual, so the METAR. Let's try that. Sending. Hang on. I need to enter the Hopi code somewhere, don't I? But I only saw the sim brief. I am 100% sure that you can actually... You can use... Oh, I know where. Hang on, it's in the com page, isn't it? Oh, man. Manager. ACARS. Yeah. You see, that's the thing. Now, hopefully, I don't have to restart the aircraft for that. That would be a shame. Which I'm not going to do. We'll do that for next time then. So I'm just going to hide my code here, so nobody copies my code. Yeah, that works. Hoppies, network, send. But I'm confused. Does that really take the Hoppy code for the It should really, right? It should not do that. Let me just see. Oh, it is. Yeah, but look at this now. So now that I've entered the Hoppy code, now I get the weather. What do you think about the add-on, Simon? I haven't done a full flight yet, so we'll see. I've done a landing. I've done a takeoff and a landing, so there's no automatic rotation anymore. But the behavior isn't really real world like. But I have to say, hand flying when in flight with the fly-by-wire that they've modeled, it's actually not bad. It's actually not bad at all. Yeah, good. So what we have here on the side, this is called the auxiliary display. So we have things like the flight number, we have the squawk setting, what frequency we have selected, and if we're on the VHF setting here or on the interphone setting. So if I select flight in the real aircraft, doesn't work here, then it would actually tell me FLT. So this tells me what I have selected as the channel where I'm talking through. So we've got the cell call code, we've got the tail number. Today we've got Delta Alpha Bravo Papa Delta. And here on the auxiliary display, this is really nice on the 787, we get these infos. We get information regarding ATIS, regarding META, regarding SEPA DLC, so frequency change, for example. So that's really neat, actually. Really nice to have that. Cool. All right, so we've got 02014, which means I'm going to enter departure arrival. So I'm going to go to index. I hope that's good enough to see if you guys are at index. Then go to arrival, and I'm going to enter the 3 left. Normally landing towards the northern runways, so 03s, it will be normally 03. And here again, I'm just entering the runway, nothing else. No approach, just the runway. And the arrival was the Xorki 1 Quebec. So we'll select this one. There's apparently no transitions, so we'll just enter that. Another really neat feature is, so right now it's showing me the Frankfurt airport layout. If I go to plan mode and press on destination, it jumps to the destination airport. Or actually, I could actually center on a fix, or I could center on the airplane. You know, it's really, really nice. It's really neat. So now what I can see is that that's the arrival routing. But let me just zoom out a bit, because that way, yeah, there we go. So that's the arrival routing to Echo Golf November, and then we probably would get radar vectors for the approach. So that looks nice. Hey, Joel, vielen Dank. Das ist sehr nett von dir, Joel. Ja, das war wirklich schön gestern. Hat richtig Spaß gemacht. Und Sven hat eine fantastische Community. Muss man wirklich sagen. Vielen Dank. Ja, hoffentlich können wir das bald wiederholen. All right, so we'll go back again to map mode. Gonna reduce the range a little bit. So normally in this range, it doesn't work here, but we actually get also information regarding the taxiways and so on. So just like on the Navigraph Navigraph chart layout, we would have, so if you zoom all the way in to Frankfurt.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
Yeah, we would have...
Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin?
We would have this layout. We would see the taxiway lines.
Flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
There we go. Cool.
Pull up.
Hey, Sumusa, pull up. Thank you, Sumusa, 62 months. That's great. Sumusa, I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. And Wusa, are you still playing DCS or because I'm hoping to get back into doing some missions soon. And Tuxu, hello to you. Oh yeah, Tuxu. I would have loved to go cycling today, but I couldn't because of my cold. So I had to stand down today. But yeah, from time to time, too much work. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I know the problem. Well, we'll see. Hopefully, meet you soon in the virtual DCS, guys. Then. So one thing I do, once I've entered the routing, what I do, I check the total mileage and compare that with the mileage I have on my flight plan. So if I go to my Volante flight plan here, oops. All right. I have the total mileage here on the first line where it says Frankfurt 18. So it's kind of a countdown, right? So it starts at the beginning, and here it says 1,016 miles. And the FMS says 1015. So that just makes sure that the routing that you have in the FMS is pretty much the same routing that you have on the flight plan. Hey, Avenger, it's Avenger, how are you doing? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, so Josh, it's not the autopilot per se. So what we have is it's more like a asymmetry, thrust asymmetry protection, and a asymmetric thrust support, if you like. So, but that also works on the runway. But the difference is between the ground and the runway. So if you're on takeoff and at high speed, an engine fails. So let's say after V1, obviously if it fails before V1, you would have to abort. But let's say it's just after V1, you let go of the thrust levers, then you get the engine failure. There already, the system will add some rudder input for you automatically. However, the idea is, Boeing said, we're not going to do full compensation on the ground. What we are going to do, we're going to do a little bit, so like half of support. That way, the pilot still has to do the rest. And by doing that, he gets an idea, right? Because dead leg, dead engine, correct? So if I would have to put pressure like this, I know that the right engine is dead. All right, so, but nevertheless, the thing is, so I would have to compensate a little bit, right? So I would have my feet on the rudder pedals, staying on the center line. Then I would rotate. But once I'm airborne, I have to get my rudder pedals neutral, or at least get the get my pressure off the pedals. Because once I'm airborne, the aircraft does the whole compensation. It does everything. So that is correct. Yes. Hey Solaris, did you get your problems fixed, Solaris, with the driver? Yeah, I like Ingwer. Yeah, I do that as well. Yeah, tea, some Ingwer. No. Yeah, Josh, pleasure. Cool. All right, so we checked the that. Now, one thing normally I would do is on the fixed page, I would put in the runway or engine out fix, which we don't have in the database, unfortunately. So that's not possible, and I can't put in the Frankfurt 18 runway the way we do that on the Airbus. Unfortunately, it doesn't understand that. What it may do, let me just have a look if it does 18. Probably not, because it's not part of the routing. But yeah, doesn't really matter. And then last thing to do here is RATNAV. I could put in the Frankfurt, put that in there, so it gets an M. That way, it's not deselected automatically. That will stay selected, which is nice. Good. And then that's that. So now we've got the routing inserted. Let me just cancel the message here. Enough display. And then what we can try to do, let's see if the tower has CPIT DLC. Yeah, they have PDC, CPIT, or PDC I should say, not CPIT DLC. So what we'll do, let me get comm menu open, and then we're going to go ATC. I'm not sure if I have to log on though. I'll try that. Normally I wouldn't, not for PDC, but I think there's like a SIM, kind of a SIM limitation. All right, so then I go to flight information. We'll go to departure clearance request. And then we've got the... oh, no, hang on. We've got facility here as well. Right, then it shouldn't really matter. So we got Frankfurt. We are going to... And this is exactly the way we're doing it IRL. Apart from... So these are not touch screens. Okay, so we have a cursor control panel here. So it's like a touchpad here. And a scroll wheel. So I would select, for example, now, I would select left. So that would light up, and then I can do the cursor control and control the cursor here in that window. Exactly. So the 777-9 or 777X should have touchscreens, yeah. So we are at Alpha 66. So let's put that in, Alpha 66. Kulimator says... No, so Kulimator, that's maybe one of the liveries not being compatible. But I just pulled all the folders. I pulled the Horizon mod folder. I pulled the livery folders straight over. And the Lufthansa livery worked. I had no issues with that. Right, let me do one more thing here. So ATIS we did not request. Let me go ATC. Hang on, manager. Oh, hang on. Where's my ATIS request? There we go. So let's go Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot in their departure send. I don't know if that works, but we'll see. Haha, perfect. How cool is that? Right, so again, guys, you don't have to have that page open, right? Because you get your ATIS uplink here on the auxiliary page, which is really nice. So again, we got transition level 60 to 020 at 9, so that's fine to the takeoff 18 1023. That's information Tango. So, but I was on the request there. So Tango, and then we would normally do something like this. Good. Right. Check that with the other pilot. Make sure we've got everything correctly set. Send that off. Let's see if that works. And then once we have the clearance confirmed, we can do the quick briefing, and then let's get on our way. Been talking too much again, way too much. HD Sim, no. So I wasn't offered a pre-release version, but I would have declined anyhow because, like I was saying, I'm no longer accepting any form of pre-release stuff or hardware stuff. So I'm gonna buy just the release versions, and oh, there we go. Look at this. Here's the uplink. So we got ATC uplink. We are cleared, clearance for Frankfurt PDC. Lufthansa 711 clear to Athens off 18 via Cindy 7 Sierra Squawk 2023. And the next frequency is 118.78. And report ready on 11878. Right, so I'm going to press accept. Accepting. Hey, Fishbone. Oh, I slept 12 hours last night. So... That's how tired I was yesterday evening. Yeah, I slept for 12 hours all in all. Right, that's accepted. Now I can press cancel. So we confirmed the Cindy 7 Sierra, so we can do our briefing. We've got the APU running, which is nice. So that's already switched off. Perfect. All right, let's give you guys a quick briefing. Right, the last thing that normally comes through is that the clearance is confirmed. So cancel here, and that's it. But so HD Sim, it doesn't mean that that I won't be flying the 777. I will buy the 777 when it comes out with my own money in for 2024. Hey Lilo, how are you? Nice to see you. So I'm looking forward to it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not bashing anything. It's just I'm just out of the kind of the pre-release hype circle, right? What I call it. So taxi out for the runway 18 pushback. We're gonna have to take the middle taxi line because of that wingspan. Did I install a sound pack? No, just a texture pack, but not a sound pack. No. Hey Tom, moin. So taxi out will very likely be November 8, November. Maybe hold short November 1-1, but if not, November, and it should be full length. And then runway 18. There's no hotspots there. Then departure route Cindy 7 Sierra. An hour of departure. Through the waypoints, and just get the Lex page open. So we've got Delta Fox 158, maximum 220 knots, 800 above, correct. Then we've got the Delta Fox 159, max 220 knots, 2,500 or above. Then we've got Delta Fox 170, 5,000 above. Amtix Cindy, end of departure route. Transition is 5,000, RNF1 required. Contact line radar when advised by tower. Close in obstacles. Yeah, sector 4,300. Yeah. Then we've got, now I've not entered any zero fuel values, however, let me just quickly do that now. So weight and balance. I'm going to set that from OFP. So now that is all set, and I have a bit of extra fuel, 15 minutes, 18.6 block fuel, 19.1 block fuel. Okay, that's fine, cool. So now I can put the final figures in. 163.8 is the zero fuel weight, exactly as on the flight plan. Hey Lucas, and the flying teenager, hello to you. Nice to see you. Reserve. Oh, guys, does anybody know, guys, the SimBrief app, does that work in 2024? Then I need to get that installed again, because I haven't installed that yet. Where was I? Then, yeah, reserves. So reserves fuel is 5.6. The alternate today is Thessaloniki. So 5.6. We normally calculate with a extra fuel flow of 4.8 tons per hour. It did initially, but it's not working anymore for you. Okay. Hey, Real Tyrogoth, nice to see you. Happy Sunday. How are you? No, like the app, like the widget, or the, what do you call it? The so you can put that up in here, like the Navigraph app here. Yeah, I'll check that. Cool. So the fuel is in, the reserves we set 5.6. So let me just enter that here, 5.6. Put that in there. The cost index is 124. So a bit higher cost index. For us, usually the optimum, if you want to fly faster, then the optimum cost index is around 100. That's like the best mixture between flying faster and not spending too much fuel with that. Also, ICAO step size, normally I'll put 2,000 in here. And then let me see. Do we get a SimBrief takeoff calculator? Let's have a look here. Yeah, let's try that, shall we? So we've got 1.8. We have the correct wind data and the QNH. We'll do disable the improved. Actually, let's try enabled. Let's see what that gives us. Dry runway, and we have. I'm looking for the oh yeah, there we go. That's the weight. Yeah, 182.3 is correct. So this gives us DTO2. And this is something really peculiar for the 787. It has, well, it has strong engines. I mean, each engine puts out 74,100 pounds of thrust, Gen X. But still, we do actually optimize the thrust settings for takeoff. And the improved climb means that very often you get some pretty high climb out speeds. So today we're not really that heavy, so that's why. But let's say we're flying to the US or something where we have more weight, like 220 knots, so 220 tons of takeoff weight, then we see these speeds up in the 160s to 170s. Right, but today that's fine. That looks pretty realistic. So we have DTO2 with a selected temperature of 42 and flaps 5. So that's all enter first. So we'll do DTO2 selected. Then we enter the selected temperature of 42. Climb 2 for climb out is already good. It's VATSIM. So it's the ATC server, VATSIM. Right, CG is 25. Trim will be populated in a minute once we have all the data in. Flaps 5. That's pretty neat. So we got 147, 148, and 151. Now I am going to take the 156 because I don't know what happens if I take a lower speed than what the simulator gives me. So let's put 156 in here. Right, that tells me the pre-flight is completed. Good. Right, in case of engine failure, it would just be runway track, 25 miles maximum. Engine acceleration would normally be in either 1900 or 2000 feet. And we can actually put that in here on the second page. Right, so the height would be 1500. And then we have NADP 1, which means, sorry, NADP 2, not 1, NADP 2. And that means we put 1000 and 1000 height in here. And that's height, HT, not altimeter. Very important. Good. And then we climb 4000 radar vectored approach. We are already below the max landing weight of 192.7. So, sorry, 192.4. So that's all correct. We can land immediately 4000 meter, no problem. I'm not sure why it's still showing ATC in here, because we did go through all of the messages. Oh, okay, now it's gone. All right, cool. All right, so once we've done the briefing, we can see that all the doors are closed. Yep. So then we're going to read our first checklist, pre-flight checklist, and that's pre-flight checklist complete. Tower frequency is 1878, so okay, so that's something, that's a difference again to the real aircraft. I don't have to put a decimal in the real aircraft, which makes it a lot easier. And also, if I click that frequency on the left line select key, it will populate this line. And the cool thing is, it will put this into the backup in the standby frequency. Cindy 7 Sierra, Axel. Cindy 7 Sierra. Right, let me get my push to talk button working.
Easy 1123, request taxi.
My Bravo throttle quadrant is blocking all of the...
Condor 9 Mike Lima, Langen, hello, identified info Victor, expect ILS Yankee 07 left. Condor 9 Mike Lima, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1023.
Climb to 5,000
got it.
feet, QNH 103, Condor 9 Mike Lima.
No, got it.
Lufthansa 0508, hello, push and start approved. Condor 4 Zulu Echo, wind 020 degrees, 9 knots, runway 07 right, clear to land.
So information Victor is current. Frankfurt Tower, good EV, Lufthansa 711, stand Alpha 66 with information Victor, requesting push.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback.
Lufthansa 711, hello, set squawk 2023.
2023, coming Lufthansa 711 heavy.
Easy 1123, area 4, request taxi.
There we go.
Easy 1123, hello, taxi holding point, runway 18 via November 7.
So we'll do the before. So normally what I would ask the ground
Taxi holding point,
is,
runway 18 via
are we
November
clear for
7,
hydraulics?
Easy 1123.
Lufthansa 2 Victor Alpha.
So the ground or the ramp agent, the pushback driver would look, make sure that all of the gear, doors, flaps and so on all clear.
Alpha information Victor is now current, cleared Munich.
And then I would say clear for hydraulic. Then I would tell my first officer before start items. So right to left, those on, fuel pumps on, beacon on, the rest looks good, transponder on, recall check. We want to see 4 items, engine shutdown, hydraulic, TCAS and fuel. So we say heft, H-E-F-D, H-E-F-T. That's what we want to see. And then we say before start checklist, passenger signs are on. MCP V2
Copy, Cindy 7 Sierra for runway 18, so Lufthansa to Victor Alpha.
was 156, yeah.
Lufthansa 2 Alpha Julia, turn right heading 040, cleared ILS 07 right.
Let's go for 0 cleared ILS 07 right, Lufthansa 2 Alpha Juliet.
Lufthansa 813, taxi to stand.
So we have 156, 176 on the heading, and we have 4,000 altitude. Take a speeds V1147, VR148, V2156, and 84.2%. CD pre-flight completed. Taxi takeoff briefing completed. And that's the before start checklist complete. So,
Lufthansa 32 Whiskey, say your position.
so now the question is,
Lufthansa 32 Whiskey, taxi via Mike 8, hold short of 07 center.
so we'll speculate on 7, okay, area 7.
Release parking brakes, please.
Langen, schönen guten Abend, die Condor 5 Charlie Kilo, refuel descending
And we'll see.
2,900.
Condor 5 Charlie Kilo, Langen, hello, expect ILS 07 right, speed 200.
ILS 07 right, speed 200, Condor 5 Charlie Kilo.
Frankfurt over. Condor 1 for Tango, request taxi to 18, we can accept Mike instruction departure.
Yeah, so the thing is, I mean, it does have ground markings, so ground markings. So it's got 7 there, and 3 should be here.
Lufthansa 31 Foxtrot, cross
That's
0
5.
center, continue November 3.
And that's 3. But that's a very long ways away for us.
November 3, November, Lufthansa.
Yeah, but from here it should be 7.
Canadian 402, line up runway 07 center.
Line up runway 07 center, Canadian 402, thank you.
Condor 3 Charlie Papa Radar, hello, expect ILS 07 right, speed 230 knots.
Expecting 07 right, speed 230 knots, Condor 7 Charlie Papa.
Lufthansa 2 Alpha Juliet, speed 220.
speed 22 Alpha Juliet.
Lufthansa 711 Heavy, Squawk should be on now, requesting a pushback.
Lufthansa 711, caution not approved, area 7 face.
Facing east, area 7, push proof, thank you, Lufthansa 711 Heavy. Right.
Negative face west, bitte.
Oh yes, of course, face west, Lufthansa 711. The thing is, didn't it say east on the G's?
Tower Buddha, Lufthansa 245, information Victor, Alpha 25, clearance to it.
Lufthansa 245, hello, Victor, correct, cleared Athens, Cindy 7 Sierra, runway 18.
I'm not sure. Did I see east or west on here?
4,000 feet, squawk 21.
We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Otherwise, I have to stop the pushback.
Get Athens, Cindy 7 Sierra departure out of 18, 4,000 feet.
Did it say west, Lucas? Okay.
To Lufthansa 245.
Then it should be good. Right. So
Lufthansa 245.
the cool thing is, since we have what we call engine starter generators, and as long as it's not too hot and we're not at high altitude, we can start both engines with the APU generators, both available at the same time. So we would say normal engine start, or overlapping start right engine, start left engine. And now this is what I meant with the indications here. So that shows you now that the generators are not producing electric power. They are actually now turning, so functioning as engine starters. And now you can see the importance. The voice chat. So that's why, if you use engine start with external power, that's why it's important to have the after external power available, because the starter motors are taking the power from this bus, the large motors power system bus. So either both APU generators or preferably all three external power. So now we can see. You see now the generators have switched over from being a motor to start the engines. Now they are generating electric power as the engines are running. So quite neat actually. Love that. Alright, park and rec sets. Alright, let's give him the good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Yeah. Now what I normally do is I wait until I see the pushback truck actually start moving before I call out, before taxi items flaps 5 in our case now. Because of the risk of anyone being too close to the aircraft. You would not hear the flaps in the cockpit. No. Alright, anyways. So rest of the items to the first officer, APU off. Flaps. Recall check. So the only thing that's remaining is TCAS. We leave that there as a reminder, so that we have to put the TCAS to on before we depart. And then once we get the all clear signal, or the information that they disconnected, then I would do my flight control check. There we go. So now full up, full down, and in the real aircraft I would do this slowly, because if I do this fast, the whole aircraft shakes. Right, so these panels here, the elevators, they are huge. Right, and if you move them fast, the aircraft actually shakes. So that's why we do it nice and slowly. Aileron spoilers, left and right, and last thing rudder. left and right, all working. All clear signal was given, so let's get the before taxi checklist. Anti-ice off, recall checked, flight controls checked, ground equipment clear, APU is going to be off. And that's the checklist complete.
Canadian 402, proceed direct Otmon, Oscar Tango, Mike, Oscar November.
Direct Otmon for Scandinavian 402, many thanks.
Lufthansa 711 heavy, request taxi.
Bravo 10 via November 5.
Blocked.
Bravo 10, November 5, Lufthansa 31 Fox.
Lufthansa 32 Whiskey, turn left November,
Peter,
hold short of November.
I assume these are the original sounds.
Taxi November, hold short November.
I don't think I have a sound mod.
Condor 4 Zulu Echo, cross 07 center, hold short of Lima.
Really? It doesn't sound, Capitan says, it doesn't sound like... Okay, so the thing is that I took the folder from my Microsoft 2020,
Lufthansa 2 November Lima, Langen
copy
Radar, hello,
over to the
identified,
2024.
information Victor, expect ILS 07 right.
Information Victor on board, expect ILS 07 right.
So maybe I do have a sound
Condor
mod.
4 Zulu Echo, cross 07 center, hold short of Lima.
Oh my god, it's so
Condor
busy.
4 Zulu Echo, clear to cross 7 center, holding short taxiway.
Lufthansa.
123, wind 020 degrees, 9 knots, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
I admire his
18, easy 123.
his coolness. Lufthansa 711 request taxi.
Langen Radar 124.730, bye-bye.
124.730 for Scandinavia 402, many thanks for your support, bye bye.
Welcome, bye-bye.
Condor 9 Lima, approach.
Jesus Christ.
07.
Oh.
Condor 9 Mike Lima, second.
Final approach on ILS 07 left.
Condor 9 Mike Lima, you're number 2, continue. Condor 5 Charlie Kilo, descend 4,000 feet, cleared ILS 07 right.
Descend 4,000 feet, ILS 07 right, Condor 5 Charlie Kilo.
Lufthansa 711 heavy, request taxi.
Lufthansa 711, taxi holding point, runway 18 via November 8, November.
November 8, November, Lufthansa 711. Ooh, hurrah, let's go. And we got the right side clear, we got the... Come on. Oh, it doesn't work. Sorry for that. Right, left side clear, let's go.
Alpine 62 Delta Uniform, Langen Radar, hello, expect again, ILS Yankee 07 left, turn left heading 300.
Heading 300, expecting ILS 07 left, 6 Delta Uniform.
Condor 9 Mike Lima, wind 020 degrees, 9 knots, 07 left, clear to land.
Hey Winky, good evening, how are you?
Lima, clear to land, runway north.
Okay, so when people are telling me that
India 137, turn left heading...
these aren't the original sounds,
260, left heading 260.
then I have to concede to that.
India
So
137,
I would say, yeah,
unreadable, left heading 160.
probably these are some of the
Lufthansa
sounds.
2 November Lima, speed 230 knots.
Last position broken from 2 November Lima.
Lufthansa 2 November Lima, speed 230.
Hey Ghost, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, the visit yesterday, Captain A320 stream was brilliant. Really nice.
Taxi to San Victor 116 via Lima, Condor 4.
Really enjoyable.
Lufthansa 2 Alpha Juliet, taxi via Mike 8, hold short of 07 center.
Mike 8, hold
Yeah, Astur maybe at some point, but it's probably a lot of work
Lufthansa 245, Alpha 25, ready for push.
to get this working.
Lufthansa 245, pushback approved.
Pushback approved, Lufthansa 245.
Lufthansa 7 Lima X-ray, push and start, request please.
So left side clear, right side clear, and we're going to go right here.
Lufthansa 7 Lima X-ray, push and start approved, area 1. Push and start approved, area 1, Lufthansa 7 Lima X-ray.
Some big overshoots to get the aircraft on center line here.
Lufthansa 2 Victor Alpha, taxi holding point, runway 18 via November 7, November.
Taxi runway 18 via November 7, November, Lufthansa 2 Victor Alpha.
Easy 1123, should I go to monitor Unicom or not?
No, no Ghost.
Negative.
What did you fly?
Climb flight level
The
130.
A350?
Climb flight level 130 on easy 1123.
Lucas, yes, I'm rated on the 787.
Left heading 250.
Oh, PMG 777, really? And you got to crash the desktop? That's annoying.
Condor 3, Charlie Papa, wind 020 degrees.
Dexter, hello, and Super Grumpy. Yeah, well, I know this. It's a free mod. I'm not expecting miracles, but still, I mean, you know, if we get a nice, enjoyable flight. Hey, Mark, we get Scooty.
Down to flight level 80, near 1%.
Lufthansa 2 November Lima, descend flight level 90.
What speed did you pass that S in November, right? So, okay.
Contact Langen Radar 125.
This, honestly, in the big aircraft, 10 knots. If you 320, maybe 20 knots. But I mean, this aircraft has like 60.7 meters of length.
Oh, sorry.
So
what was the frequency?
you got to be careful
125.2
with this aircraft.
125.2. Sorry.
No problem.
I looked at that rate for, so we've already been cleared, but
so 60.17. So 60.17. The weird thing is
still there, also we have to
is that the length of the aircraft. So the 787-9, the length of the aircraft is exactly the same as the wingspan. Oh no. No, come on. Oh no. Oh, I knew it. Yeah, that's moving about too quick, I guess. Hang on. Right. Yeah, we've got to get this set up really quickly. Sorry for that. Let me spawn in. Where should we spawn in? Let me spawn in on the runway. We quickly load the flight plan. Then we're going to taxi off, get back onto November, and then reconnect. Mike Tango Charlie, no, it's not no problem. It's just one of those things where I don't know if it's driver issue, whatever. It just happens from time to time. I mean, yesterday I heard so many people across the pond having issues.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black
Crash the
Box
desktop,
Twitch
so on.
channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make
Yeah, exactly. I had a laugh yesterday when I heard that apparently, yeah, Sven actually did a yoga session.
Thank you.
To relax.
Hope you learned some yoga zen yesterday with Sven.
Yeah, Friesenbeton, exactly. Yeah, he was telling me about it. So, yeah. Exactly. So I think it has to do with being in the outside view. If you move about very quickly, it's more a driver issue, really, isn't it? Because we are using like DX12. It's just still not optimal. It's still got its issues. Yeah, we're gonna spawn on runway, quickly load in the flight plan, the numbers, and then we could taxi out, taxi back in. Get reconnected on VATSIM, and then we're ready to go. Exactly. And breathe in, breathe out. No, I said to Sven yesterday, I admire his patience and the way he stayed so calm. They say patience is a virtue, right? I don't think I have that down just yet. Yeah, so I did see the approach because I was curious to see if he managed to finish the flight. So his brake to vacate dropped out, correct? Yeah, so Rishon, I have also limited to 60 FPS. So so GPS like temperatures and usage is not really that high. Hey, so like, and I can remember the last crash to desktops that I had were all related to being in the outside view. and then moving about. So not so much when you're inside the cockpit, it's more when you're outside. So Rishon says his crashes were in the cockpit. Okay. Right, there you go. We'll take that. Yeah, what aircraft did we fly the last time? Where we had crashed desktop. It wasn't 787, it was something else. Right, let's do that. Setup from the OFP. So that's good. Route request. It was the 350, right? Yeah. And also, I'm pretty sure it was also by moving in the outside view. Right, 18. Cindy 7 Sierra. What we can do actually, we can park in Lima 3 for departure. That way I'm pretty sure that we won't get into the way of anyone. So the last thing to do here, departure arrival, is here we'll take the 3 left again. There it is, 3 left. Oh. Three left, 1 Quebec, execute. Right, that. Now also, I'm not sure that does that work? We'll see. Okay, cool. That's that. Flaps are coming 5. Fuel low center, that goes off. That is all on. That's correct. That's fine. That can go. Checklists is on the after takeoff checklist. Alright, that's good. Time is 18:34. Is that accurate? Yeah, that's very accurate. Cool. Terrain traffic. Cool. So that's all set. Load the wind data. Load. Climb forecast. Load. Yeah, okay, it's fine. So wind data is in, perfect. So that reserves was 5.6, 370. Let's do 125 cost index, 2,000 step climb. That was DTO 2 at 42. Climb 2. Then we've got flaps 5. Trim, and we had 146, let's say 147, and then 156. Cool. Yeah, Lee, it did, unfortunately. So I'm going to set the trim, El Navina, in a second as well. I'm going to taxi off the runway. And the squawk was 2023. So that's the heading set, 4,000. So I'm gonna park over there so that we don't block November. Then we can do this, that. And then we should be good. Lol. Oh, we've got to stop here. Hang on. Are these alpacas? Like, seriously. Oh my god. Right, well, we turned a bit too far. Right, let's pretend... we'll tell them we're holding short November, alright. So we'll do that.
Lufthansa 2, Charlie Mike, Langen, hello, identified. Info Victor, expect Alice Yankee 07 left.
Expect Alice Yankee 07 left.
Lufthansa 245, wind 020 degrees, 9 knots, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
18 cleared to take off, Lufthansa 245.
So there's nobody, we're not blocking anyone.
384, taxi holding point, runway 07 center.
So let me go back into the holding point there.
November 15, Lima 20.
Yeah, shorty short alpaca 3. More like alpaca 9 or something.
November 8, November 15, and Lima 20. Lufthansa 384.
Frankfurt Tower, hello. Lufthansa 711 heavy back again, holding short 18 at November.
Lufthansa 711, line up runway 18.
Line up 18, thank you much. Lufthansa 711 heavy. Okay, cool. So let's put the strobes are on, lights are all on. Cabin crew prepare for departure.
Lufthansa 1250, normally there's no push required out of your position.
Rest
you
is
should be
the
able
after
to
takeoff
taxi out.
checklist.
Startup is approved, report ready for taxi.
Lufthansa 125.
Lufthansa 7 Lima X-ray identified.
Well, I'm sure he noticed.
130.
I'm sure he did notice. Right, TCAS is on.
Lufthansa 2 Victor Alpha, contact Langen 125.
Oh, somebody just departed there. Some heavy.
Can you say again for the...
Right, we do have a bit of tailwind.
125.2.
Langen radar 125.2. Lufthansa 2 Victor Alpha, thank you, bye-bye.
Alpine 62 Delta Uniform, wind 020 degrees, 9 knots, 07 left, clear turn.
Alright, so he's landing first. Oh, it's that 7 left, that's no problem for us.
India 137 heavy, wind 020 degrees, 9 knots, 07 right, clear to land.
07 right, clear to land there, India 137.
I'm not sure if that is for us.
2 November Lima, speed 200.
Because that should be north approach.
Speed 200, Lufthansa 2 November Lima.
Lufthansa 245 heavy, identified, Klangflightable 110.
Yeah, the clouds look nice today, yeah. I agree. They do look nice.
Condor 5 Charlie Kilo, cross 07 center on the
yes, sorry, Ghost, yeah.
right on Lima.
Just happy we're back.
108.
Cross 07 center,
happy that we're back.
On Lima, stand Victor 128, Condor 5 Charlie Kilo.
Condor 9 on Mike Lima, taxi stand Charlie 8 via November.
So we're using that yoke. That looks like a bit,
Condor 9 on Mike Lima, taxi via November 3 to gate Charlie 8.
Let's configure the video here.
Lufthansa 711, wind 030 degrees, 7 knots, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 18, clear takeoff, Lufthansa 711. Cool, let's go, takeoff. About 40%, a little bit push on the yoke. Press the toga button, thrust ref. Let's go.
Lufthansa 2 Charlie Mike, proceed direct Delta Foxtrot 453, descent flight level 70.
Thrust set. 80 knots.
Lufthansa 29 Charlie, push and start approved, area 4, face west.
Area 4 facing west, Lufthansa 29 Charlie.
The ocean for Romeo and stand at 40.
B1, rotate.
Ocean
careful the rotation here.
You received your clearance already from the previous control.
There you go. Father rate. Gear up.
Ocean 4 Romeo, push and start approved.
So I can tell you that this pitch is a bit too high. In the real aircraft, we have about 12 degrees pitch after liftoff.
Lufthansa 1250.
I mean, it's given it's a light aircraft today, so it's all right. We'll take it, 15 degrees.
Lufthansa 1250.
Otherwise, it flies nicely.
Lufthansa 1250, request taxi, please.
Lufthansa 1250, taxi
So we got
via
thrust
Lima,
ref,
hold
enough
short
speed.
runway 18.
So I am going to trim forward.
Lufthansa 1250, continue via Lima, hold short runway 18.
Hold short up.
So the trim reference speed
18.
increases.
Lufthansa 1250.
Lufthansa 384 at Lima, give way to the company A320 passing left to right.
Where's flaps 1? Speed check. Flaps 1.
away at Lima for the A320, Lufthansa 384.
Lufthansa 711 Heavy, hello, identified, climb flight level 110.
Thank you much. Lufthansa 711 Heavy, climb level 110.
Lufthansa 245, contact Langen Radar 125.
Right. 11,000. Let's press on that again. Thrust ref, enough speed. Still have a speed limit to 20 knots, so we leave the flaps at 1.
Easy 324, hello, information whiskey is current. You're cleared London Heathrow, Oboka 1 Echo, flight
There we go.
plan 2.
Flaps up.
Climb by a fit 5,000 feet.
Flaps up.
Squawk 2145.
Autopilot on.
Departure Oboka 1 Echo, 5,000 feet und Squawk
Altimeters.
2145, Easy 324.
Standard set.
Easy 324, read back correct. Lufthansa 2 Charlie Mike, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1023.
How's the handling? I like it. I'm not gonna lie, for freeware add-on,
Lufthansa 2 November Lima, proceed direct.
you do get the feeling
652.
that it's a heavy aircraft.
Direct Alpha Foxtrot 652, Lufthansa 2 November Lima.
Lufthansa 711, contact Langen Radar 125.2.
252, vielen Dank. Bis zum nächsten Mal, Lufthansa 711.
Lufthansa
Langen Abend, gute wie die Lufthansa 711 Heavy, passing 70, climbing 110. Hey Delta Tango,
First German Air Force 200 identified.
happy Sunday.
And Lufthansa 711 identified, passing 75, climb now flight level 230.
That's correct, climb now level 230, Lufthansa 711 Heavy. Right, 23,000. Yeah, so the handling, again, the only thing just now that I noticed was that I did have a whole lot of, let me just get the autopilot out again. So I got a lot of yoke input in, right? And the real aircraft would, it would kind of react quicker.
66.
Yoda, wie geht's dir? Yoda, do I dare ask? I'm sure you've been cycling, right? So Yoda, thanks for the 66 months. Much appreciated. Here comes the acceleration level 100. The aircraft is about 13 miles ahead of me. So get the lights off and let's read the after takeoff checklist. Checklist complete. You just got back, I can imagine, yeah. So currently my GPU says 55%, temperature 60 degrees. The CPU is at 30%. So all in all, it's not really stressed out. Sherwin, hello to you.
Radar, Mockingbird 1225, 10, flight level.
Yeah, the thing is though, so if you wanna use these new features with DLSS, frame generation, then obviously you do need a lot of VRAM. That's the problem with it. It just eats a hell of a lot of VRAM. Hey Paul. Doing well. Well, I've got a cold, but apart from that, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Ooh, that's a tough question, Flying Paul. So what you're saying, Paul, is like a question, what would you do if you are in the approach and let's say you put the flaps out and they get jammed, let's say flaps 20 or something, right? Although, I mean, flaps 20 wouldn't be an issue, right? Because in a missed approach, normally,
0508 direct Nombo.
you just calculate a single engine, let's say, with the flaps at 20. But you're asking, what happens if you have high terrain around? Yeah, so definitely, it will be a threat. Absolutely, yeah.
Radar, hello, Lufthansa 559 Heavy, request descent.
It's interesting to see that kind of cloud layer. We have a cloud layer below us. So we're kind of sandwiched between two cloud layers. It looks nice. I like it. Really nice.
Empa 5 Charlie arrival, descent 100 for 11. Lufthansa 559 Heavy.
Yes, Solak. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy with the AMD chip that I have now. One thing I notice is that the CPU is a lot cooler. That I do notice, because the 13900K that I had before that took a lot of power and a lot of cooling. So one thing I immediately noticed is that the AMD, the cooling fans were running a lot lower, and the whole PC is a lot quieter. So we'll get turbulence here, guys. Look at the clouds. Yeah, that looks cauliflower, like cauliflower clouds. So that will be quite convective IRL. So I would leave the seatbelt signs on for now. Oh, they didn't even have them on. Test. So we leave them on, obviously, and then wait until we're out of that cloud layer. The rest is fine.
The 245 climb level 310.
Level 310, Lufthansa 245.
Lufthansa 711 climb level 310.
Lufthansa 711 climb flight level 310. Right, 310. We did file 370. It's weird. It looks like the dome light is on, but it's not. I guess just the sunset. Yeah, somebody was telling I should use the head-up display. The weird thing is, yeah, we do have that here, don't we?
Right, yeah. 4 kilo tango.
The thing is, though, in the real aircraft, at my company on the 787, we don't use the head-up display. Which is obviously annoying for me, because I would love to fly with the HUD, but we don't use it. We have it, but we don't use it. So we don't train for the HUD, which probably saves some money. Well, the official reasoning is that because so we have a common rating, 787 777. And the 777s that we get don't have head-up display. So to have a common kind of aircraft and rating setup, they decided that the aircraft that we fly now are actually leased, right? So we're going to give them away at some point. And so that's why, yeah, they decided that we have the head-up display like this, and it's actually sealed. So we can't move it down. Yeah, unfortunately it's sealed, so I can't even use that in flight. No.
Good evening, Eurowings 8, Romeo Whiskey passenger over 321, climbing to 330.
Yeah, so if you're faced with a problem, jammed flaps, for example, you are concerned about landing distance. Performance-wise, to be honest, on a long-range aircraft, running two engines, it doesn't matter if you have flaps at 30, so full landing flap setting, let's say in the 787, and even at the high elevation airports, you wouldn't have a problem with climb outs. So a problem could be an engine failure and flaps being stuck at 30, let's say. Right, but that's a very remote case. And if you have such remote cases with like double failures, then you would use your captain's authority.
Mockingbird 1225, climb level
right, and you would if the flaps are out jammed, you can't get. Very likely you can't get to your alternate airport because of the additional drag, right? So you would have to stay at your destination airport and make a landing there.
Negative. Lufthansa 2 Victor Alpha Lange.
I mean, that's also an interesting topic that we could have covered yesterday in the stream with Captain A320. Because he's an instructor, right? He knows these things quite well. So, in extreme cases, we pilots, especially we captains, are allowed to deviate from standard operating procedures. So, it's literally whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes to get the aircraft safely down, do it. Even if it's against the company procedures. So you take what you got, and you've got to make the best of it. Right. So imagine the Hudson River ditching. Right. That was one of these extreme cases where Captain Sully or Sullenberger, he went through some things that weren't company procedures, but he knew this was like an extremely special case. He had to act quickly.
Lufthansa 711 Lange.
Sorry, 711, go ahead.
Stop climb level 290.
Stop climb level 290, Lufthansa 711. Right, I need to increase. It's a bit quiet for me, so I've got to dial up the volume.
Next, Lufthansa 245.
Yeah, so flaps 25 and 30. These are the normal flap landing settings.
136, 230, Lufthansa 245.
Right, so 25 and 30.
Lufthansa 711 as well, München 136.230.
36230. Vielen Dank, die Lufthansa 711, Papi.
Eurotrans, correction postman 125, you were calling it.
Zero Lufthansa 200 Charlie.
Lufthansa 82 Whiskey Super, speed 180 knots or greater.
Hä? Oh, let's try it. 133. No, 136, right? 136. 230, correct? 230. Alright, let me try it this way. Okay.
Bitte 902 München Leiter identified, proceed to GoMax.
Yeah, the next engines that we're going to fly is the Rolls-Royce, yeah. And they're going to be a bit different. So they're going to have, as far as I know, they have a three shaft setup.
Climbing 380, Redmos 9717.
Condor 43, correction, Eurowings 4336, climb to flight level 300.
That's nice. So above level 315, they have SEPA DLC, so we'll try that out later.
München, guten Abend, die Lufthansa 245 on flight level 310. Condor 2, Charlie Mike, proceed to Masur.
Proceed to Masur, Condor 2, Charlie Mike.
Lufthansa 245, München radar identified.
On München, Lufthansa 711 Heavy, passing 260, climbing 290.
711 München, hello, report inbound waypoint.
Currently approaching Elvak.
Postman 125, monitor Unicop. Station calling, proceeding to Elbach, Sagan, call sign.
Yes, Lufthansa 711 Heavy.
Lufthansa 711 identified.
Dang it.
Lufthansa 245, climb flight level 370.
Level 370, Lufthansa 245.
During 49 X-ray, descend to flight level 200.
Yeah, Trostbrot, so...
During 49 X-ray, descend to 200, flight level 200.
Let me see. So,
902,
I tell you what, Trostbrot, let me talk a little bit about how the aircraft
902.
902, descend to flight
works
level 170.
in terms of its fly-by-wire system. That's quiet. Let me get the seatbelts to auto.
Code 14 Tango, contact München 132.455.
And that way you understand how it should behave, right? I did prepare some long time ago. I actually showed this before.
During 78 Lima Oscar, proceed to Delta Sierra 431.
But
Delta Sierra 431 for you, 78 Lima Oscar.
let me get that.
Code 2 Charlie Mike, contact Wien 132.6.
That's right.
Wien on 132.6. Code 2 Charlie Mike, danke, ciao.
Lufthansa 711, climb to flight level 310.
Lufthansa 711, climb level 310. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Delta,
welcome
Mike,
aboard the
proceed
Captain
to
Black Box
Hala.
Infotainment Experience. New
Hala,
subscribers
Delta,
should now
Mike.
pick up their
Delta,
past
Mike,
first
descend
class.
flight level
Thank
200.
you.
Descend flight level 200, Delta, Mike.
Yeah, and flying port, the last thing to add, so flaps 20 would be in case of engine failure, for example. So whatever we can to improve the engine out climb performance, we would go with landing flap 20, and then in the go around we use flaps 5. Wing Code, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, a new member. Thank you very, very much for your support, Wing Code. Welcome to the community. How are you? Thank you so much.
Descend flight level 100, cross B-block at level.
Alright, so
Direct 49 X-ray, descend to flight level 100, cross B-block at level.
Descend to flight level 100 und was versuchen Sie? Ich verstehe nicht. Meine Speed?
Cross B-block at level, so be level 100 at B-block.
okay, so
Okay, so one expected to flight level 100 at the
so 3 modes, okay? I'm just dialed on the sounds a bit for you guys.
Lufthansa 2 Victor Alpha, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80.
Okay, so 3 operation modes. We have normal mode
Contact arrival 128.
for the flight control system.
128030.
Yeah, wing code, unfortunately, yeah.
Lufthansa 711, climb to flight level 350, final level.
Okay, climb level 350, final level, Lufthansa 711. So 350,
Alpha, contact Leider 132.0455.
so let me put that in here, 350. And then we're going to log on in a minute. So 350, 350. So yeah, there are a few things that are not correct. And I've seen some pitch and power settings which are not correct. You'll see that in the approach. So in the approach, we should have about 1 degree pitch up on final approach speed. And the power, depending on the weight, obviously, will be around 55 to 52%. Flaps 30, that is. But the horizon has the pitch just a tad below the horizon, I think, so even minus 1 degree. So that's not correct. Here, right now, yeah, I mean, yeah, it would be a bit high on the pitch. No, so the 787, the Horizon 787 is not as detailed as the PMDG 777. No, by no means. So this add-on is, I mean, it's a free add-on. Okay, it's a free mod. So you have to give people credit for that. But obviously it's not as detailed modeled as a PMDG, right? But I think the question for most people is this an add-on good for A to B flights? Right, so certain things like, you know, how does the FMS work? So, you know, route uplink, wind uplink. So those things actually work quite nicely. I do like that it has some features, for example, with the COM menu, right? And we're going to do the following. Before we go and talk about the fly-by-wire system, I'm going to log on to Munich, which is Echo Delta Mike Whiskey. And if you're wondering how to find that, so we are currently on the 136230. So if you double click on that, it will give you the CP freak identifier in here. So Echo Delta Mike Whiskey. Okay. So let's put Echo Delta Mike Whiskey. Let's send that. So above level 315, he should. Oh, hang on, it's aborted.
What's your contact?
132.6.
Well, that's a shame.
132.6, X-ray for 9X.
Is that because it was too low? I'll just wait a few more seconds until we get above 315.
This is for Lufthansa 245, 132455. Correct. Danke, klar. Lufthansa 711, contact München Radar 132.455.
32455. Dankeschön, tschüss, die Lufthansa 711. Maybe that's why he didn't accept us.
München Servus, die Lufthansa 245 Heavy is on flight level 370. Lufthansa 245 München Radar, hello, identified. 747-9, standby for clearance.
So this one here does not have, it doesn't have CPDLC. Alright, there we go. Do you think so? Hang on, let me just check again. Hold on. Oh, you are correct. You are correct. It didn't save. Yeah, thanks for the tip. Gonna enter the code again. And to copy. Awesome to call in. München Abend, Lufthansa 711 Heavy, passing 330, climbing 350.
711 München Radar, hello, identified.
So, there we go, copy.
Delta 5 Charlie Victor, contact the Wien Radar, 132.6.
Okay, so unfortunately this sector, he doesn't have CPDLC, but we'll try the next one. Thank you, Rishon. Cool. Right, let's get back to the little excursion regarding fly-by-wire system. So, like we said, 3 modes of operation. We have normal, we have secondary, and we have direct. So in the normal mode, the fly-by-wire system of the 787 has so-called flight envelope protections, just like, let's say, the A320, for example, or A350 or A380, right? However, in the 787, these are a bit more basic, right? So it does give you some protection regarding stall, overspeed, and bank angle. Right. As an example, right, if I go above 35 degree bank, we'll do that at the next turn. If I do that and exceed 35 degree bank angle, and I let go of the yoke, the fly-by-wire system will get the bank to 30 degree or below again. So that's how it says it's got a bank angle protection. However, if I continue with the roll input, the aircraft will continue to roll. Unlike the A320, I think the A320 limited the bank angle, was it 60 degrees? Or 45? I don't remember. Ah, okay, let me just, you are correct. Let me just reload that. Yep, thank you. It's 60, right? Okay. So... Ah, beautiful. Look at that. That's a four-hauler there.
Lufthansa 245. 245 FM, sorry. Contact the wind radar 132. 6 goodbye, 1326, Lufthansa 245, vielen Dank, servus.
245.
11 contact wind radar 132.
326, Dankeschön, tschüss, bis zum nächsten Mal, Lufthansa 711 Heavy. Let's see if they got... They will have a SEPA DLC, 100%. Yeah. Lima Oscar Victor Charlie. So komm.
Wien Servus, die Lufthansa 245 Heavy, flight level 370. Lufthansa 245, Servus identified. Ausland 419er for further climb.
So Lima Oscar Victor Charlie. And let's send that.
Lufthansa 76 Mike Kilo, Unicom.
Unicom 122.8.
Servus Wien, die Lufthansa 711 Heavy, Level 350.
Lufthansa 711 Heavy, Servus identified.
Dankeschön. Okay, so what we're trying now, autopilot off. So let me go above 35 degree bank.
Kilo 1840, we're having some problems with autopilot.
There we go, look, it gets amber. I let go of the yoke. It puts it back to 30 degree. It does do that. That's really nice. That is very cool. Let me go the other way, 35 degree above that. Make sure we don't climb too far. I did not expect that. There you go, amber, let go, and it puts it back to 30 degree.
Green radar on 134.675.
That's really cool.
Level 522 Papa, Squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000, Skytrail 5 to Papa.
Autopilot on. Now, regarding the stall protection...
What is your requested level?
Yeah, terrain ahead, exactly. So, the stall protection is something where I can combine that with explaining the... Ah, there we go, look at that. AC comp established with Lima Oscar Victor Charlie. Cancel that. So we are now SEPA DLC. Fantastic. So the idea is this. So in the A320 with the fly-by-wire system, you have a G-load input with the stick. So there, what it says, if the pilot does not do any pitch inputs into the flight stick, the G-load is 1G. Right, so let's say we're flying level, straight and level here. We switch off the autopilot. Don't touch the flight stick. We are right now in a 1G flight path. Yeah, so when I pull back on the stick, I tell the fly-by-wire system, I want, let's say, 1.1 G. So the fly-by-wire system raises the nose of the aircraft to match the pilot input, i.e. 1.1 G. If I then let go of the stick, the aircraft will go back to 1 G, meaning it will stop putting the nose up and arrest the nose wherever the you know, the command for 1 G was. The thing with this is, so the Airbus, let's say we have a +5 degree pitch angle, so we are in a climb, okay? If we then switch off the auto thrust, put the thruster idle, the airspeed decays in a 320. However, the fly-by-wire system maintains the 1G flight path. So it will not lower the nose. Instead, it will continue to pitch up to meet the 1G flight path. So it'll continue to pitch up, pitch up, pitch up until the low speed protection kicks in. Right? It then goes low speed, it will lower the nose. If it gets really drastic, it'll go to toga lock. So it has a different kind of protection. And the thing is that in the normal mode or normal law in the Airbus, it gives you a full envelope protection. So you can't stall an A320 in normal configuration. So as long as it's a normal law, you cannot get the aircraft outside of its flight envelope, i.e. it will not stall. A bit different on the 787. So if you switch off the autopilot, what happens now is the following. It does not do a 1G flight path. It doesn't do that. What it has is it has a trim setting matching a certain speed. So right now, the stabilizer trim, let me try to get that trimmed. The stabilizer trim is set to match the 278 or 277 knots indicated, okay? So as long as the speed doesn't decrease, I should not need to trim, and I should not need to correct anything. Right, so it's speed stable, as we say. However, if I switch off the auto thrust and then reduce the speed, so reduce the thrust and reduce the speed, what happens now is the aircraft will pitch down, so the fly-by-wire system will pitch the aircraft down. Lufthansa 711 Heavy, affirm.
You can now climb 370 and maintain Mach 0.87 or less.
Mach 0.87 or less, climb level 370. Dankeschön, die Lufthansa 711. Right, let me get the autopilot back on, auto thrust back on. So 370. Thrust ref, VNAV speed 370. Right. So that's the difference between the Airbus philosophy regarding its flight path control. Let me just get the speed there right now. And so what it would normally do then, if I reduce the airspeed by reducing the thrust, it will lower the nose to keep the in-trim or the speed trim speed. Right? There's one thing that you'll notice, let's say with the 777, which has the same system. Hey Ali. Yeah, most I'll talk. Sorry, I'll talk about that in a second. So, on final approach, let's say, in windy conditions, obviously, you do notice the requirement to trim or to put a yoke input in. It's 1,000 feet. So let's say you have a speed increase of 10 knots. Then, of course, the aircraft would pitch up the aircraft a little bit, right? Because it trimmed for a lower airspeed, and it's trying to get back the speed to that level. Unless you trim the aircraft nose down, and that way adjust the trim speed to a higher airspeed. Now the thing is this though, this is not the trim speed necessarily. Right. So this is a commanded speed that the auto thrust system would keep, but that doesn't show you the in-trim speed. The PMDG 777 in Microsoft 2020 has a feature that you can activate through the FMS that shows you the trim speed. It does that by giving you a little dash here with FBW, so fly-by-wire speed. And then when you trim the aircraft nose up or nose down, that in-trim speed moves accordingly. So the idea is, if you are on the trimmed speed, you let go of the yoke, the aircraft will maintain the pitch really. And it does that even in a turn.
Romeo at Innsbruck, ready for taxi.
Right. So it'll do that until approximately 30-35 degrees of bank. Which is nice because that way when you fly a turn, and as long as the speed remains constant, you don't need to pull back on the yoke until about, let's say, 35-degree bank angle. Oh, we disconnected. Hang on. Why did we disconnect? What? Sim is running? Why am I not connecting? Oh. Let me restart VPilot. So why am I not connecting? Can you tell a bit about your choice of fly-by-wire yoke? So the yoke that you mean like the hardware that I'm using? So this here, right? This is a Brunner yoke. It's a force feedback yoke. It's telling me this: error performing version check. An error occurred while requesting sending the request. That's weird. Right. Has my internet failed? No, the upload is working, right? Yeah, it's fine. What? Hang on. What's happening? What's happening? Thank you much. Right. Let me just try that again. What aircraft do we fly in real life? The 787. Yeah. So the force feedback yoke that I'm using is nice. But it's expensive. That's the problem. So this thing costs about 1,500 euros, 1,500 euros. There is a new solution. So Moser has released a yoke as well. So force feedback with a yoke additional. So the force feedback base actually also has some, let me just show that. It has some, I'm not affiliated with Moser, okay? I have a force feedback stick from Moser, but otherwise I'm not affiliated, so I'm not trying to sell you guys this, just for pure information that if anybody's interested regarding force feedback yokes. Alright, this is getting really weird. So on my browser window, I can't call up new websites. I can see the chat is still moving here. But here it doesn't work. What's happening? Oh, it does not. Okay, disregard. Okay, so disregard. So flight. It's just taking very long. That's the problem. No, Solaris, unfortunately not, no. Oh, okay, hang on. We're connected again. The problem, it just takes ages. It just takes ages. That's weird. Right, anyways, it's working. And Wind Radar again, Lufthansa 711. We just dropped off V-pilots, but we reconnected.
711, Royal Quebec, unfortunately you're now leaving mass base, monitor Unicorn und guten Flug wieder rein, servus.
Ja, kein Problem, Dankeschön, schönen Abend, die Lufthansa 711. Okay, so there we go. So now I can show you guys. So so yokes, okay. So this thing now has so the base has some like a gear lever. It has some switches. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Let me just accept that. Monitor Unicom 1.2.8. Accepting. Accepted. Let's cancel that. So it's kind of a base, and then you buy some add-ons to that. So right now you can buy this yoke on top of it. But the base, like I said, the base is actually force feedback. The thing is that this costs $699 plus shipping, and the yoke costs another $149 plus shipping. Right, so let's say with tax and shipping, you're up about $1,000, 1,000 euros. So, I mean, that would still put it at a cheaper price compared to the Brunner yoke. That's true, yeah. If the internet failed, I wouldn't be talking to you. You would also be interested in knowing if the fly-by-wire can follow autopilot trim settings. Okay, so I guess you would ask if the yoke actually moves if the autopilot, so the fly-by-wire system, would move the yoke. I don't think it happens IRL. I mean, maybe the Challenger does that. What normally... So here's the thing, guys. So look at the yoke, okay? So let's say I am doing this, and the aircraft does actually move the yoke, okay? Right? Very light, slightly, very slightly, but it does do that. The hardware yoke doesn't move, no. So the thing is that that's something that that requires a feedback from the sim. I had it working in some X-Plane add-ons, but I think that Microsoft doesn't support that yet. And I think that's a limiting factor. What throttle quadrant? I still use the honeycomb Bravo throttle quadrant. No, so like again, that's a flight sim issue. Right. Because if you have an angle that is sensed. So from not from these additional levers. So not the Boeing levers. I don't think those are simulated in any hardware add-on, or that you can simulate that through the Bravo throttle quadrant. But for the A320, for example, that's an axis. So you could tell the sim that from a certain angle onwards, downwards, you would increase the reverse thrust incrementally, right? It doesn't do that. You can't. So that's also a sim issue, not just a hardware add-ons issue. You saw that in Microsoft 2020 with the CSL in this. Okay, so that there it works. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Iceberg, but that has to be simulated by the sim, right? If the sim doesn't support that kind of feedback into the hardware, then the hardware won't move. So the thing is this: the hardware. So this has feedback, which you can actually select and set up here. So here in this little app, in the profile manager, you can adjust certain curves for the force feedback. You can select if you want to have vibrations through the yoke. Let's say you're flying a Cessna or something, then yeah, you can get vibration back through the yoke, the hardware itself. But that has to be selectable, of course, and then also the sim itself has to be able to give that feedback back to the hardware. Oh, so Iceberg, I do believe you. So if the add-on or the sim supports that, yeah, it does work. Yeah, but like I said, I off the top of my head, I don't know any aircraft right now that support that in Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, Jolend, I think that could be a possibility, that you select reverse thrust and then physically on the hardware move the thrust levers forward to cycle or to kind of adjust the reverse thrust. I think that's also possible in certain scenarios, yeah. Hey Dara, is this better than it was in 2020? No, I think it actually works exactly the same. Okay. Maybe there's a slight difference in the flight feeling because of the Microsoft 2024 difference. But otherwise, I don't really. Yeah, system-wise, there's no differences between 2020 and 2024. Hey, Mustafa. You think if they add force feedback, it's going to reduce the FPS? I don't know. Yeah, if you look at the changelog of the latest version, there isn't really a whole lot that has been changed or implemented. But what I can say that up to this point, it's actually it's not a bad simulation. It's even hand flying feels nice. It does feel like the aircraft is heavy, and with the force feedback yoke, you do get some nice feedback as well if you're in trim or not. That does work. The only thing really that I found that are not so accurate are pitch and power values. And let's have a look right now at the fuel flow. So with this weight, 175 tons, we should be... maybe that's not too bad, actually. That is actually not too bad. Maybe it should be a little bit less. Maybe 2.7. 2.6 each engine, but 2.9 is not that far off. So it's calculating with a 9-knot tailwind. Yeah, that's correct as well. So that's okay. That wind data that we have inserted matches that. And we're currently at 6.1 tons. Now, I'm not sure of how that will behave as we go onwards. But let's have a look. Can we check Nimic as a fuel check? Yeah, we can. So Nemec, 50 minutes after departure, and currently we are in the air 51 minutes. So that's not too bad with the time. So the time is right there, 50 minutes. And for the fuel, we should have 10.9 plus the extra, which is about 1.1. So 12 tons is what we should have in the tanks right now. And we have 12 tons. That's not too bad. Okay, Icebird, let me check that. Let me see.
Trading home.
Hang on, Iceberg. I'll give you a quick permission, okay? Maybe you can repost that link. Just give me a second. Right, there we go. Post the link again, please, so that I can find it. Thank you. Oh, I did see that video. Then I would have to try that at some point. Yeah, thanks. So it does move then. Okay. I guess I have to check that then. How does the Horizon Sim 787 compare to the quality wings? I think they're somewhere on the same level, to be honest. I think they are on the same level. Right, there's one more com message. Message. Right, let's see. Does that work? Ah, that was it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so again, for A to B flights, I think this add-on is perfectly fine, right? If this were like £50 or €50 or $50 without any kind of additional features, then I may say, it's missing some important things. I'm pretty sure what it doesn't do yet is things like the EAN approach, so integrated approach navigation approaches. But again, since this is freeware, right? You guys interested in, in things like route uplink? Does the FMS work? One thing will be interesting to see if the holding function works. Maybe we could try that in the approach. So if there's no ATC online, the EAN works. Okay, I'll try that then. I will try that. Okay, thanks, Lilo. Okay, didn't know that. Let me see if I can give you guys some info. On the integrated approach navigation. Oh yeah, let me just finish the fly-by-wire concept here on the 787. So let's say we want to get into the overspeed. So I push the thrust forward, okay? Full power now. I'm going to trim forward to maintain the altitude, and so that I don't have to push the yoke forward all the time. So again, as the aircraft increases the speed, I have to push forward, right? It tries to raise the nose to keep the speed. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trimming nose down every couple of seconds to adjust the in-trim speed so that the aircraft remains
level 5 to the power descending to flight level 140.
on its path, so I don't have to push forward all the time. Now, this function works, so I can trim forward and equalize the forces, so I don't have to push forward all the time, until we get into the high-speed area. The moment we get into the high-speed area, I can't trim nose down anymore. It will not allow me to trim nose down anymore. What does that mean? It means if I want to go deeper into the overspeed, I have to push the yoke forward continuously, and in the real aircraft, it's twice the force, so twice the normal force. Alright, so that way, to stay or go really deep into the overspeed, it would take a tremendous amount of forward pressure on the yoke. And so it kind of has a overspeed protection, right? I'm going to put the thrust to idle now. However, contrary to the Airbus, which kicks out the autopilot and then actually pulls the nose up. So now actually I have to pull back and then keep trimming nose up. Now let go of the yoke. I'm in trim speed right now. Now again, I'm not in trim anymore. I have to pull back on the yoke and trim. Okay, trim. Right. For the low speed protection, what it does is I can continuously put nose up trim. So I'm trimming nose up, nose up, nose up. Maintaining altitude. Now I can relax again. However, now the speed drops further. I have to pull back more and trim again to get so that I can let go of the yoke for a few seconds. Right. Now the trim nose, or the nose up trimming, works only until we reach the low speed area. So the amber band, okay? And here the thing is, once the speed reaches that amber band, I cannot trim anymore. I can't put my nose up trim. Which means when I hit the slow speed, I have to continuously pull back on the yoke. And again, twice the force of a normal situation. And it takes a lot of back pressure, so pulling on the yoke, to then get the aircraft actually towards the stall speed. And then the stick shaker will happen, and the aircraft then will have a natural stall. So again, contrary to the A320, let's say, this does not have a full motion, kind of full range envelope protection. So in the end, you can overspeed a 787 and you can actually stall a 787. However, it does take a tremendous amount of effort to do so. Right? What else? Yeah, so these three protections are the main protections of the 787 fly-by-wire system. So stall, overspeed, and bank angle protection. Now, it has some other things in the fly-by-wire system that will assist you, like in the roll and so the yaw axis, if you like. So the yaw axis, also when you press the rudder pedals, it's not a one-to-one deflection. So again, the fly-by-wire system will actually command a side slip command when you press the rudder pedals. All right. So the protection there is, like we mentioned, above V1 with an engine failure, it will assist you with the rudder input, but not completely. So the pilot still has to do some inputs manually. That way, it helps him to identify, or her, it helps them to identify the failed engine. Right. However, once you're airborne, you can let go of the pressure on the rudder pedals, and the aircraft will then manage that side yaw moment automatically for you. Which is very nice. Data TBDF, thank you so much for the kind words. I'm glad you appreciate the website. Yeah, we are getting more updates coming soon. I'm just waiting for my dear friend Senshai, my little wizard who programs everything, to get a new overlay, a new kind of UI to quickly change certain values, like for example with variations as the runway heading changes, so that we can quickly update the documents. Yeah. Yeah, the flight factor 787, I don't know how long that will take, because I mean they're still trying to get the 777 working properly, or finished at some point. So I don't know how long it's going to take. I hope they don't take too long, but I'm afraid it will take some time. Right, let me have a look here at the fix page real quickly. So let's put in Athens in here, and then let's try 600 miles. Yeah, it does work. Okay, cool. So let me do, so normally for the ETOPS we put 431 miles, because that normally is our 1 hour engine out distance in still air that we can travel. Right, 431. So that way, when we draw these circles in, it's easier for us to identify the ETOP sections. Ali is asking for the approach. You mean like here in the 787, Ali? Lilo says the trim is sometimes biggie. Yeah, it's I don't know. It seems somewhat slow, Lilo. That's what I felt here in the horizon. So when you have very fast speed changes, it does take some time to trim the aircraft. Is the 777 HD SIM has, I think, pretty much the same protection, yeah. So the same flight envelope protection, yeah. Yeah, so there's a big difference, Ali. There's a big difference between the 320 and the Boeing aircraft. Yeah, so the A320, what you would do, Ali, normally, you do not do any corrections. So you just prepare the aircraft normally, right? Just enter the flap setting for landing. You have your VREF and then the approach speed. And the A320 has the so-called ground speed mini function. So in gusty wind conditions, it adjusts the approach speed dynamically, right? So the magenta pointer on a 320, that will move about depending on if you have a tailwind gust or a headwind gust, right? And that's why the neat feature is the following. So as you have, let's say you have a positive wind gust by 10 knots, because of the inertia of the aircraft, your indicated airspeed will rise, let's say simplified, by 10 knots. However, the commanded speed dynamically also rises by pretty much the same amount. Which means you don't have to adjust the thrust because you remain close to the commanded speed, right? The same applies when the speed drops. So you have a negative wind gust 10 knots, speed drops by 10 knots, the commanded speed drops accordingly. However, until the minimum then +5, let's say. Okay. Now, your question was, let's say you have and the correction the A320 does is +5 knots until 15 knots headwind component, because it always takes a third of your headwind component. All right, so let's say the tower says the wind is so we're landing runway 09 and the wind is 090 at 30 knots, 30 knots. Okay, then if you enter the wind data, right, and you never insert the gusty winds, you only insert the steady wind component. So let's say the wind is 090 20 gust 30, you would still add just 20, right? You would put in 090 at 20, and that's it. Not the 30 gust, just the steady wind. Now, let's say you have 30 knot steady wind. You put the wind into the right data field, 090 at 30. The FMS will then give you 10 knots additional. Right? And the maximum, I think, was 15 knots, 15 knots additional. But the Airbus works that out for you. You just enter the steady wind component. Right? Now, for the variable winds, since we only talk about the headwind component that affects the approach correction speed, or the approach speed corrections. If you have variable winds, let's say you have variable wind 5 knots. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, because it doesn't affect the wind correction. Okay. So you can enter. On the variable wind, I would normally just type in 000 diagonal 5. That way I know the wind was variable. It doesn't change anything to the approach speed, right? The only time when we manually changed the additional, which you can do on the A320, you can insert a fixed approach speed as well. So the only time we did that was when we had gusty crosswind conditions, especially on the 321. So there we may add, instead of 5 knots, we may add 10 knots. And that was simply because as you land, you're crabbing, right? So the aircraft is pointing more towards the wind. And then when you decrab the aircraft, the nose gets out of the wind, right? And the wind over the wings suddenly drops by, let's say, 5 or 10 knots. That creates a lot less lift. And if you're then exactly on the approach speed, VREF +5, it could mean that the aircraft drops suddenly, right? Because of that missing oncoming wind as he decrabbed the aircraft in the flare. That was the only time we changed the additionals manually, right? So variable winds, I put in 000 diagonal. There's other pilots that had to do something different. It doesn't matter because it will not change. It will not affect the approach speed. It's just for your information, really. Ali, I hope that answered the question. Can I ask something about the flying long haul? Yeah, sure. Yeah, Torber, go ahead. Torber, go ahead for the question. Random question: does anyone here recommend getting the 777F? Yeah, Ali, pleasure. Me personally, no. However, if you ask my moderator Lindley, he loves flying cargo out of East Midlands. So he would probably say definitely it's worth getting. So it's all about if you like flying, freighter routes, then Icebert, let me just give you permission again. Hang on. Yeah, try again, please. Thank you. Yeah, so I do have this stick, okay? So I do have the Moser AB9 force feedback stick. And so he's showing that so he's showing, yeah, there is some feedback. Yeah, you're right. There is some feedback here. Okay, and that's in 2024. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I take that back then. So Magza 2024 does feedback these things into the stick. Cool. I have to try that out then. Thanks, Icebird. Thanks for that. Hey, Maximilian. Tober, good question. So Tober's asking, how do I feel? Because I do fly long range, and I do sometimes fly into areas or countries that are unstable politically or considered dangerous. Well, I mean, I inform myself. So my company gives me access to security information, and I am obligated to read that as a captain, especially because I have to brief my crew about any potential issues. Also, I have the option to decline duty into areas that, let's say, are officially war zones. So in that case, I can go to my fleet captain, and I can say, I'm not willing to fly to this airport because I have, it's currently a war zone, or it's so risky to be there that I am not willing to take that risk. I'm allowed to say that. I'm allowed to decline duty into those areas. So I carefully think about how dangerous it would be to be there or fly through the sector. And, as long as it's not really, really, really drastic, then I don't have a big issue with it. But I have declined duties into areas. Give an example, Tel Aviv. There was a time when there were fights ongoing. There were rocket launches, and apparently there were certain sectors that would be kept clear and we would be able to land and take off safely. But I declined. I just said no. Currently, for me, that's a war zone. I'm not as a captain, I'm not taking that responsibility for the aircraft, for the passengers and so on. I am allowed to do that, yes. Yeah, anyone in the crew can do that. Green Dot Foxtrot. Anyone is allowed to do that. How's the 787 doing? It's doing fine. Well, so waves, I mean, I can't go into too much detail, but let's say, let's take certain countries, right? Iraq, as an example. Iraq, right, has time or has had times that were politically very unstable and then maybe unsafe, right? So the airline will do a safety assessment and then decide whether or not they will close the airspace for them or not, right? And they are doing everything they can. So whenever they look into that, I have full trust in the fact that they do not fly through any area that are potentially at risk or risking the safety for the aircraft. I've never seen that, right? But sometimes if there's just a certain area, a very small area that doesn't affect the airport, maybe, let's say, then of course they determine that it's still safe to fly in and out of the airport because there will be no risk, right? They could get to that conclusion. I mean, it's a far-fetched example. I mean, it doesn't really happen in IRL. But again, whenever I don't feel comfortable flying somewhere where I think it could be very dangerous, then it's kind of a personal thing, isn't it? So but normally my experience is the following. So my experience is that before we even get to that question, there's always a notum out that certain airspaces are closed. Right. So right now, Russian airspace or certain areas around Ukraine, etc., they're all closed for aircraft. Right. So these safety features are already in place. Is there a limit to how much speed brake you can apply in flight on the 787? No, Ghost, no. So you can do full range. So not. I think you're comparing to the A320, let's say, right? No, there's no difference here. I mean, there's a difference between the Airbus and the 787. So here you can use full speed brakes, A, and B. So what you would then still respect, so let me just pull the speed brakes here. So it normally happens as the speed brakes extend, the maneuver speed bar will come up, right? Yeah. Lol, why is... Hang on. Lol. Yeah, I think I've somewhere a... Yeah. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it's preventing me from extending speed brakes. Right. I have to check the button bindings. Don't know why it's doing that. we'll get to it. Yeah, but also you can use the speed brakes through the flap ranges. At least on the 787. Yeah, so Ali, so here's the question, Ali, right? Because Iraq, right? Let's have a look. Can we get NOTAM Iraq somewhere? Let's have a look. Can I? Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure if we could find that online anywhere. Okay, can't find. So I think, if I remember correctly, the Iraqi airspace for a long time, they had a flight level restriction, right? You had to overfly above level, let's say 280 or 270 something, right? So the question is, what happens if you have a rapid decompression over Iraq and you have to descend below 27,000 feet, let's say? Right, that could be a reason already why airlines will decline flying over Iraq. But again, they do their safety assessments, the same as ICAO and all kinds of countries. They will always do their own assessments, safety assessments. And if anything, an airline will even put in a higher kind of safety level than what the authorities are saying. That's my experience. So okay, yeah. Yeah, so again, you as a passenger, you can rest assured that if you do fly over certain areas like Iraq or something and the routing is open, then it is safe to go there, right? Even in case you have a decompression or something. Right, so, yeah. Yeah, I think there was Erbil. So Erbil was one. Are they currently flying to Erbil? Yeah, because I know Erbil has an airport because right now, for example, I can find Eurowings is flying to Erbil, so northern Iraq, right? So again, there are so many assessments been made there, safety assessments. So I don't think there's any doubt that these things are then deemed as safe. So. I've not been towards India lately, so, and currently I don't know. Are we flying over Afghanistan right now? I don't know. I would have to look into that. Yeah, that's also a good point, Gilend. Yeah, Gilend writes, safety assessments not only from the airline but also from the airline's insurer. Yeah, good point. Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah, good point, yeah. Missile defense, honestly, Avenger, I don't know how comfortable I would feel with having something on board, you know, that potentially, if ignited, gets very hot to deter heat-seeking missiles, right? I mean, I don't know. I find that more risky because, again, in those safety assessments will make sure that we don't fly anywhere near these hazard areas. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, some aircraft will have that fitting, right? Military aircraft have that fitting and so on. What is going on with the sounds? What do you mean? Anybody else having issues with sound? Just wondering. Nope, okay. Static sounds? Okay. Not really. Hey, Cactus Bravo. Yeah, I think the nose. So one thing I noticed is that obviously the pitch sensitivity. Thank you, Peter. Oh, it's the engines. Okay. Yeah, maybe that. And apparently what people have told me that I'm not using original sounds, it seems. So I know I had some sound add-on. And there's it is from, let me just find that. It is from it is FTSim Plus. Yeah, FTSim Plus did bring out a sound file for the 787, and I know in Microsoft 2020 I did install that, and I just copied the folders over to 2024, so maybe that's the reason. Yeah, the keyboard, yeah, that's true, Solaris. Yeah, I do type on the keyboard from time to time. Cool. Alrighty, we're getting close to the top of the descent. We don't have any control in Athens. So what I'll do, let me go and try a holding pattern, right? Let me try a holding pattern close to the airport. Because I think some people that are considering flying this on, let's say, VATSIM, you would obviously want to make sure that the holding works. So let me just get the approach chart open. Okay, so so we can put this there. So there is a holding pattern at Aegina. Okay, so we're going to fly the holding there, but we're going to modify it a bit so that the aircraft has to do like a, I don't know, teardrop or something. So what we'll do, we're going to modify it the opposite way. So we're going to have inbound 288 and we'll do left turns. So let's go here, holding there. So we're going to do 288 degrees and left turns. Execute. Okay. So let's see how that that works. Now it's telling me insufficient fuel. Okay. Yeah, that we know we're not going to fly long holding patterns, so it's just for testing purposes. Cool. All right. Apart from that, let me just check the airport facilities. So, Athens, we have currently 360 at 16, so a bit windy weather. Few 2000, 16 degrees, 1020. And we have available 3 left. We have available 3.5 kilometers. So plenty of runway. Now for the pitch and power values, I'm going to do a flap 30 landing. Normally I would do a flap 25 in these conditions, but just to kind of check the pitch and power values of the Horizon mod, I'll use the flaps 30. And then let me just see where I'm going to vacate the runway. So any of these will do. Alpha 9, Alpha 10, most likely probably Alpha 10. Yeah, Alpha 10 would be good. Alpha 10, so I'm going to go with auto brake 2. So flaps 30, auto brake 2. Got a pre-dial 1020 in here. Oh yeah, and we did want to fly an IA-in approach, right?
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin?
Hey Ted, nice to see you, Ted. Hope you had a lovely Easter break, and thank you so much for the 70 months, my friend. How are you doing? Oh, I tell you what, no, we can do. We can do flap 25 because I do have the power values, pitch values as well. So the pitch should also be flap about 1 degree, and then the power setting will be around 45 to 46% N1. So let's try that. Okay, so we'll do flap 25 later. Cool. Will Horizon release a dash 10, so 787-10? Good question. I don't know. Not heard about it. Oh yeah, so Cactus, no, the nose doesn't rise sharply. It depends on how much you pull back on the yoke. It's very pitch sensitive. But if you know that, then you can adjust. Ted says you're doing good. Just came back from VFR group flight with friends. Nice, GG. Where did you fly the VFR group flight? So these would be the pitch and power values that I have. However, let's just quickly have a look at the approach chart. So the IAN approach. So what we can do is we can select 3 left. So we could do the RP runway 3 left. So let's try that. I'm going to fly that with IAN mode. So the L, but I'm still going to have to take the LNAV VNAV minimum. Delta aircraft. So the minimum is going to be 590. 590 for us today. Oh, that's good. What? The wings don't flex equally? Lol, okay. Well, that's a bit sad. Scotland, nice. Around Skye, out of Skye, nice, beautiful. Looks great in VR. I have not tried VR yet because I'm still a bit touchy about the FPS really in VR. So 590 Barrow set, wonderful. Finally. So we'll do the LNAV VNAV minimum, so the RMP approach. We'll fly that with IAN mode, meaning final approach mode. Then gonna leave out of 1900 final approach altitude minimum we set. Missed approach goes along the waypoints 426, 427, and then 2 Kilo Echo Alpha VOR, and we are climbing up to 5,000 feet to hold. and max 210 until 427. Okay, cool. So that's the idea. Vincent, hello to you. How bad are physics in Max 2024, really? No, I mean, I wouldn't say horrendous. I think I would say basic, very basic. It's missing some key things that you notice if you really want to pilot, especially. It's not as bad as P3D, no. I think P3D was way too basic. But I think they just expect the add-on makers to kind of improvise too much with their own flight models. Yeah, Vincent, no worries. All good. Okay, now, top descent obviously is calculated wrong now. Okay, let me do the following, guys. Let me take out the hold again, because I want to have a proper descent path calculation. So let's do that first. Then let me put in the approach. So we said we want the RMP approach 3 left. There it is. RNF 3 left. Transition via Echo Golf November. Execute. Then let's have a look at the arrival there. Destination. Yeah, okay, so that's now a complete routing. So theoretically, no holding. So our descent point should be correct. Now, if I do some simple mathematics, we have to lose 37,000 feet times 3. That is 111 miles, correct? So 111 miles plus deceleration of, let's say, 6 miles, 7 miles. So 118 miles from the field. Oh, sorry, 118 track miles. So in about 150 miles, let's say. Well, that's not too bad then. So especially in the 787, guys. The 787 is a very clean aircraft, aerodynamically. So I would definitely descend a bit earlier than this. Guys, take care. Good night. We're flying to Athens. Lima Golf Alpha Victor. Athens, in Greece. Hey, Snark. And Organ Aviator, good evening. I'm so worried going outside because of that crash to desktop we had. I mean, it shouldn't really be a big issue, should it? Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's a nice representation, actually, of the LED lights there, the strobe lights and so on. That's not bad. That's nice. How's Horizon follow VNAV, LNAV? Well, LNAV is fine. So the only thing really I want to test is the holding. How accurate it follows the holding pattern. Hey, Airbus. Yes, I enjoyed that as well with Sven. Yeah, really nice guy. Had some good talks there yesterday. Yes, so Solaris asking a quick question. When you're told to descend to be reached at a certain waypoint, are you allowed to descend at any point? Well, normally they would specify that, Solaris. So they would say, own discretion, descend Xorki, cross Xorki at 8,000. Right. So if they only say so strictly speaking, if they say descend flight level, or let's say descend 8,000 feet level by Xorki, to me that means now, because they didn't say at own discretion. Okay. However, if you're unsure, just ask. But they will specify normally. Own discretion. If they don't say own discretion, it will mean now, descend immediately. But again, if you're in doubt, just ask. Right, I'm going to check the missed approach points in case we do go missed, that we have those waypoints. So we have there we go. So 426, 427, Kia 5000. Yep, that's all in. Okay, cool. So for the approach, we have Alpha Victor 423, then 422, 3000 above, correct, and then 421 is the final descent. Now the important thing is, in order to fly IAN approaches, it does need a descent angle. So 3 degree down is correct, according to the approach chart. Yep, so 3 degree down. And, okay, we'll try the approach mode then. And I do remember that I prepared a file for this case. So, here. So, integrated approach navigation, IAN. Alright, it uses... The big advantage is that you're using buttons and switches, and you have indications on the prime flight display that look very much like an ILS approach. Right. Now, the thing is, though, you have to realize, contrary to a ILS approach, the IAN is based on an RNAV approach, or a programmed approach in the FMS. That's the important thing. So what it does, so approaches flown with IAN always use an FMC computed glide path for vertical guidance. However, and here's the only difference, the lateral guidance can come from the localizer signal or the FMC programmed lateral path, LNAV, okay? Another thing is, difference to the ILS approaches, that the scales, so the localizer and the glide slope scales on the IAN approach do not get more sensitive as you get closer to the airfield, right? While the localizer, normal localizer and glide slope signals, they are angular in shape, meaning that as you get closer to the airfield, I'll just draw you that here. So as you get closer to the airfield, okay. So let's say here's the runway. Okay, you're approaching the runway. So these are that's the glide slope. Let's say. Then, as you get closer, right? So let's say this is one dot. Okay, one dot here. Okay, one dot high, one dot low. Okay, so as you get closer, those scales become more and more sensitive. Right. That is not the case for these IAN approaches. The same for LNAV, VNAV, or let's say normal RMP approaches. They are actually what we call linear approach types. Right, so vertically, right, they show you a displacement in feet as you come down, but they do not get more sensitive as you get closer to the runway. The same for the lateral path. Okay, so that's a big difference then. What else I'll say? So it should only be used for straightened approaches. That's another really big important restriction. So whenever you have a curved approach onto final, which then gets you onto final very late, you should not do that in IAN mode, okay? Oh, no, really? Oh, I appreciate the tower coming online. That's really, really kind. So now we have 80s. Okay. But that's a tower, okay? So we could still do a quick holding entry, okay? He called it, yeah, you're right. Just to see if it does the entry correct. That's all I want to see. Okay. Right, so the EN approach mode can be used for RNAV, RNP, IGS, LDA, localizer, NDB, VOR, and ILS with the glide slope selected off. Okay, fantastic. Right. So, what's the big difference? Right. So, as an example, you can see here it says FAC glide path, so not glide slope. So if it was a pure ILS approach with glide slope and localizer, it says lock and glide slope. However, here it's final approach course and glide path. And the glide path is a calculated path in the FMS, right? And so you have a deviation scale showing you the max allowable left and right deviation, the same for vertical deviation, and you have these magenta pointers. Right. Another big indication to see if it's an ILS approach or a IAN approach or RNAV approach is where do the steering signals come from? And you can see here clearly it's the FMC. If it's like a mixed approach, like localizer with a broken glide slope, so meaning you only have a localizer approach, it shows you localizer on the FMA, but glide path. So laterally, it's steering via a localizer signal from the runway, but on the glide path, it's again using its FMC. And that's why now it says here ILS slant FMC. All right. So these indications on the private flight display, those are really important because that's the only way that you can clearly identify where the steering cues are coming from. Here, for example, right? That's a pure ILS approach. Oh, ATC's gone offline again. Maybe it's just got a connection issue. No. So here you got localizer and you got glide slope. And here only ILS. So full ILS steering. Basically it's an overlay but not an LPV. Well, yeah, LPV also, normally LPV is also angular. It kind of simulates the signal's getting more and more sensitive as you get closer to the runway. But that's like a synthetical kind of simulation. Right? LR Aviation, there are some systems that have bar row corrections for temperature. But that depends on the aircraft type. The 787 does not. So, how many miles do we have? 172. 70 miles, yeah. Yeah, I just feel that top of descent is a bit late. I would be very uncomfortable descending this late into the... Yeah, tower is back. I thought so, because I could see the tower on the V-pilot, yeah. Cool. Let's do comm here. Let's go flight information, ATIS request. Lima, Golf, Alpha, Victor. And there, arrival, send. Yeah, and now it just seems like 8 is not available. Lord. Yeah, it has used more fuel than it should, really, because right, there we go. So we have 1020 010 at 16 degrees. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's another thing that obviously, especially when you do long range flying with this add-on, you gotta manipulate the fuel flow on the OFP. So right now it's still using 5.8 tons of fuel on average, while the fuel plan with the correct engines is calculated with average of 5 tons. So much less. Okay, so that's why. The only thing really that you can do, I guess, is if you go to settings. Well, maybe even only through. There we go. So we cheated a bit. So I've inserted now 8.5 tons. Yeah, that should be better now. So yeah, be careful, guys. If you use the Horizon mod, add a bit of fuel. So flying iron can lower your minima by no. That's the thing, aviation artist. Again, here in the Boeing aircraft, at least the 787, it is strictly speaking still a pure non-precision approach. So you still have to go and look at your normal minimas for the approach type. So if I'm using, like today, the RMP approach here, right, 03 left, I am not allowed to take the LPV minimum, because the systems do not simulate that the scales become more sensitive as you get closer to the airport. So they're not doing a angular approach type, and that's necessary for the lower minimas, right? So even if you're using IAN, we still have to use the LNAV VNAV minimum. RP Yankee 3 right. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you much for the info. So 3 right. RMP approach. That's cool. So it's going to be this approach here. RMP Yankee 3 right. Oh, now we have approach online as well. Wow, okay, that's a huge deal. Thanks, guys. So big shout out to the wonderful people providing ATC now in Athens. Very nice of you guys. Thank you very much for that. So then what we'll do, we're going to do the holding at some other time, okay? Personal ATC service, exactly. Okay, but again, we're going to fly this with IN mode. The only differences now is that we're going to fly that from 3,200 feet down. We have still 3-degree profile. So there's that in the box there, 3-degree down. And the minimum then LNAV VNAV is 820. So delta for big aircraft, delta 820. Missed approach. I'll check again once I have that in the box. So let's change that. Harun, I fly the 787 in real life as well. So that's why I do have a keen interest in this add-on. What are the rays on the approach path? Ah, okay, yeah. So, good question. You mean that those dashed lines? Yeah, Beethoven. So this would be for the LPV minimum. Okay. So it's kind of a representation that It does have LPV like available, because that way you can see it's an angular glide path, right? So as you get closer to the field, they become narrower and narrower and narrower. So that's why it will be an indication that you have an LPV minimum available. However, only for aircraft that have the hardware for that. So the avionics for that. We don't. So we have to use the LNAV VNAV minimum. Yeah, Niklas, yeah, there we go. You have to guess. Right, let's descend. Yeah, let's go down. Let's go, I think 160 somewhere in that region here would be normal. Let's start descent, pressing on that. So we've got thrust, VNAV speed. I'm going to let the aircraft run by itself for now, and then see how it does. Because again, I think that just does not give us enough track miles. Hey, Mabel, nice to see you. How are you? Good. All right, so let's change the approach then. So we're going to go to Yankee 3 right via Echo Golf November. Execute. Right, there we go. Then, again, we check the final approach path, 3 degree down, out of Alpha Victor 441, 3,200 feet, 185 knots, correct. Minimum is 820, we said. So I'm going to change that as well. What I find a bit weird right now is that I don't have a vertical path. What happened to my vertical path here? So I have no indication there. VNAV should tell me the displacement. Yeah, that's the thing, right? So let's do flight level change, idle power, idle power. Yeah, and this is where Microsoft 2024 aerodynamics and the issues with the add-ons, this would never ever happen. In a 787 idle power, you do not reach 4,000 feet per minute. Right, well, it's adjusting now again, but I mean, again, oh, now I have a vertical path again. Cool. Yeah. But by rule of thumb, if we have 100 track miles, right, 30,000 feet, we should be on path. We should not be 4,000 feet low. So again, these calculations are not really matching up. Collimator, if anything, it's in the settings here. Index, settings. No, I think here it's in the main settings on the Microsoft. I'm pretty sure that's how I did it. And Carpenter, hello to you. Yeah, try that, Collimator. Give that a try on the main settings in Windows. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how we land the aircraft. Right, Athens, always a big city. Right, it's still telling me, look, it's still telling me that we're almost 5,000 feet below the path. We have track miles, 84, which should be about 24,000 feet. So by no means are we way too low. No, sir. we also have to decelerate. So again, yeah. So these calculations are a bit off, I'm afraid, unfortunately. 0.975. Athens arrival. Good evening from Lufthansa 711 Heavy, passing 250, descending 160. Information is Charlie.
Lufthansa 711 arrival, continue present heading, descent flight level 170, and advise if you are okay with the RP Yankee 03 right out in real life.
Okay, wonderful. Maintaining present heading, which is 132, descending 170. And yes, we are able the RNP approach. 03 right, Yankee, correct. Lufthansa 711.
Copy.
Cool. Alrighty, let's do that real quickly.
Lufthansa 245, descent flight level 110.
Level 110, Lufthansa 245.
So that's going to be maybe a shortcut, we'll see. We'll see how we get vectored.
Lufthansa 711, fly heading 155.
Heading 155, Lufthansa 711. No, I don't have a pre-release copy of the PNG 777 for 2024.
For Tango, descent 3000.
And Dominic, I opted to stop taking on any pre-release versions from now on. So I'm not neither hardware nor software. So I'm just not going
for Tango, turn left by 10 degrees.
Accept anymore. So I'll buy it if I think it's a good add-on or solid add-on. I'll buy it myself.
For Tango, turn left by 10 degrees.
But exactly for that, so I can give you guys my honest opinion about it.
Lufthansa 76 Mike Killer contact tower 118625. 118625 76 Mike Kilo.
Put that there. Good. So descent items: flaps 25, auto brake 2. We'll do a recall check. We'll check that there's no notes here. That's good. So descent checklist: recall check, auto brake 2, landing data VREF 149,
245 turn left by 10 degrees.
and minimum barrow 820 feet. Approach briefing is completed, and that's the ascent checklist complete. For the vacation of the runway, so now that we're landing on the 3 right, probably either it'll be Delta 9, I think. Transition level is in let me see, 100. So I have to go to VNAV, forecast, put 100 in here. There we go.
Lufthansa 245, left by 10.
For the left by 10, Lufthansa 245.
Lufthansa 711, descent flight level 110.
Descent flight level 110, Lufthansa 711 Heavy. I'm going to flight level change. One thing I know that they don't have that here is the off-path descent function. So if you go to VNAV, descent page, you have off-path descent. That works in the PNG 777, and I've made a video on that as a really cool feature to show you your energy state of the aircraft. Right, if you can use idle power to a certain point to get there, or if you have to use speed brakes, for example. Yeah, Dominic, and the thing is, I can't comment on how good the add-on is until I try it myself. Yeah.
Clear the RMP Yankee 03 right.
Direct to Alpha Victor 442, clear RMP.
Can you use a large language model to perform any calculations? What? What does that even mean?
Lufthansa 245, left heading 120, descent.
I'm no programmer. I have no idea what you just asked. Right, let me have a look quickly. So what I'm going to do...
Lufthansa 711, 7,000 feet, QNH 1020.
Descend 7,000, QNH 1020, Lufthansa 711 heavy. Right, 1020. Quickly, let me have a look at the chart. What the MSA is. MSA is 5,200 initially, but from Echo Golf November onwards, we are going to be safe. We're over water there, so safe at 3,000 there already. So we can accept that for sure. All right. ChatGPT for takeoff calculations. Wow, look at that city there. That's the old airport here. I'm not too fond of that lighting, if I'm honest. X-Plane does a better... X-Plane 12 is better in my opinion. That doesn't look so nice. It looks like there's snow down there, which is obviously not.
245, left heading 090.
Okay.
Left heading 090, Lufthansa 245.
So Ralph says LLM calculations are not the best choice, so you better use a calculator. There we go. I'm glad we got some really bright people that know about these things. So let me put this up top. Inbound course is 032. Execute. Right, lights on, seatbelts on, and then we do approach checklist. Altimeters 10.
Lufthansa 245, left heading 070, 3,000 feet.
20.
Left heading 070.
And that is the approach checklist complete.
Lufthansa 245.
I am indeed too fast. Correct. So we're below 10,000 feet. We should be 250 knots. Good call.
Order 1 for Tango, Tower 118625. Good night.
118.
The airfield is Sierra Papa Alpha. So we're currently 23 miles away. So 6,000 feet, 7,000 feet was still a bit high, just a tad high here. Unable, yeah, that's true. X-Plane, you have a hard time seeing the clouds at night. Okay, I have to check that next time.
Lufthansa 711, left heading 140, descend 3,000.
Left heading 140 and descending 3,000 to Lufthansa 711 heavy. Right, cool. Oops. So 3,000, still idle, flight level change speed. We have 15 miles, 4,500 feet. So yeah, slowly but surely we're coming into the path. He's about 12 miles ahead. So no factor there. Oh, really? Okay, so Grey Cloak. Icebird just did a test for you there. Yeah, those values aren't bad.
711, left heading 120.
Left heading 120, Lufthansa 711. Yeah, they were not that far off to our actually values there, right? Vertical speed. I'm going to start taking some speed out. Now, Alpha Victor 441 is 3,200 feet, but we're now 3,000 feet. Okay. Should still work. The important thing is that we are going to reach the final approach altitude by that point. Now, normally, we will not be cleared below that. But we'll see.
Lufthansa 711, proceed direct Alpha Victor 442, maintain 4,000 feet, clear RMP Yankee 038.
Okay, Director Alpha Victor 442, maintain present speed and cleared the RMP Yankee 3 right, Lufthansa 71.
Not speed, altitude, maintain 4,000 feet.
Correction. Okay, so maintain 4,000 feet. Copied. From then, cleared the Yankee approach 3 right. Copied Lufthansa 7-1.
Lufthansa 245, contact tower 118625.
So I'm going to reduce the speed. The airport is there. So we're going to land 3 right. Inbound 442. So that's actually, now we are correct again. Okay, so 4,000 at this point. Then we'll descend 3,200. And then on to the approach. Cool. All right, so we have RNV, so RNF Yankee 3 right, FMC. So the pointers are looking correct. So if the IAN is working correctly, instead of doing things like selecting the minimums and then going VNAV, we can actually now press the approach button when we're inbound to the final approach fix. So it will feel like a ILS approach. So there it's going to say FAC, final approach course, and there we're going to have glide path, GP, instead of localizer glide slope. Right, we've got to take some speed out. Flaps 1. Flaps 1. Flaps 5. Flaps 5. I'm going to pre-select 3,200 feet. Flaps 10. Flaps 10. Right, down we go. Level change. Thrust, flight level change, speed 3,200. Actually, let me help the autopilot here. Let's go descend. We need to get down there. That's better. On final. Flap 17. Flap 17. Let's do 170 knots.
Lufthansa 711 tower 118625. Have a great night.
18625. Thank you so much for the service. Have a great week ahead. Lufthansa 711. Good night.
Thank you.
So again, big thank you to them for coming online. That's really kind. Amazing. All right, so inbound. Let's press the approach button. So that's correct. Final approach course.
Left on Delta.
Glide path is armed.
Agent 240, hold short of Delta, please.
Hold short Delta, Agent 240.
Yeah, I think Zolak, with the next update, they will get some improvements with the bloom, etc. So yeah, I think it's still a problem with the current version. A tower beginning from Lufthansa 711 Heavy on the RMP Yankee 3 right.
Lufthansa 711 Heavy, continue approach number 2. Break take Lufthansa 245, wind 010 degrees, 16 knot, runway 03.
Look at 30 knots wind, blimey.
0 right, clear to land, Lufthansa 245.
So the glide path should come in any moment now. There it is. And we have glide path captured. So I'm going to set the misapproach altitude now. 5,000 feet. Here comes gear down.
Delta 3, and then what was the instruction going to want to
Gear down. Flaps 20. And the speed moves too fast. Flaps 20.
Via Delta, Agent 240.
Let's arm the speed brakes. There we go, speed brakes armed. And flaps 25. Flaps 25. Final setting. So we have a... What was the ground wind again? The ground wind was 16. So I'm going to add... Yeah, let me add 7 knots on top of that. It's a half wind component. So I'm going to put 156 as the approach speed. Right, getting a little low according to the glide path there. So it should be correcting. Let me read the checklist. Then we're going to do some hand flying. Landing checklist. Landing checklist complete.
Left on Delta, Lufthansa 245.
Lufthansa 711, wind 010 degrees, 16 knots, runway 03 right,
Runway 3 right, clear land, Lufthansa 711. Thank you. Cool. So let's do the yoke here. Autopilot off. Remember what we said with the pitch values and the power values? So flaps 25, but we have a lot of headwind, so that makes a big change. So plus 1 degree is what we should have on the pitch, and power with flaps 25 should be only be 45%. 1000 check, but I need a lot more thrust here. All right, on path. Let's try to get the values again.
I'll work under 1 for Tango. What was our stand number again?
1000 was checked.
Alpha 39.
Delta 3, Alpha 39, thanks very much. Under 1 for Tango.
Yeah.
245.
So now you can see the pitch value is around...
Alpha, Bravo 11.
It's not that far off, actually.
Bravo 11 via Delta 7 Echo, Lufthansa 245.
It's just the power doesn't really match up. So 45% should only be the power setting for flaps 25 here. But it hand flies nicely. So when you get the aircraft trimmed, it's nice and stable as it should be. And again, as long as you remain on the correct speed that you have trimmed for. So whenever you get a bit fast, the aircraft will have a tendency to pitch nose up. Continue. That's how the fly-by-wire, or the flat envelope system works here. Or the fly-by-wire system, I should say. Right, here we go. Let's concentrate. So again, it's a bit gusty. We've got a crosswind now, 23 knots, gusting from the left.
Agent 240 approaching holding point, Delta 2 ready for departure.
Agent 240, Roger.
So we're going to come in 30 feet, start the brake, so the flare, then reduce the power, and then decrab.
Agent 240, ramp and wait around 03 right.
Love that. Speed brakes up.
Line up and wait for runway 0.
Reverser.
Agent 240.
Normal. Right, manual brakes. We'll take the second to the left. Close the reverser. Nice. Actually, not bad. Honestly, for a free add-on, the way it behaved just then was nice. Not 100% correct, right? So not one-to-one replica by no means. But
711, welcome to Athens. Continue left on Delta.
Left on Delta, thank you. Lufthansa 711.
Agent 240, wind 010 degrees, 16 knots, runway 03 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 03 right, clear for takeoff, Agent 240.
Right, Delta's the first one to the left here. Okay, der Mexikaner, vielen Dank fürs Reinschauen. Ja, ich streame ab und an mal auf Deutsch, aber doch meistens auf Englisch. Kein Problem, vielen Dank fürs Reinschauen. Yeah, so the power settings. The thing is that a lot of aircraft here in the flight sim in Max 2024 do not have the correct values.
Turkey 3 Whiskey Delta, push back approved, facing west, direction facing east.
Alright, let's start the APU.
Push back approved, facing east, Turkish 3 Whiskey Delta.
Gonna have terrain, traffic off, TCAS off.
Agent 240 airborne passing 1000 feet.
Agent 240 identified passing 1000, no further team order advisory 122 decimal 8, bye-bye.
122 decimal 8, Agent 240, bye.
Lufthansa 711, continue via Delta, Delta 6 and Echo, stand Bravo 05.
Lufthansa 71 via Delta, Delta 6 Echo, and then Bravo 05 to stand. Thank you. So Delta 6 should be this one here. Yeah, now the lighting looks okay. It's just in the approach there on the ground, the lights, I just felt it just, I don't know, it was too bloomy, too kind of, too bright. And the gate was Bravo 5. So here we go, Delta 6. Then we have Echo. And then Bravo 6 should be on the left. Hey, Brett-san. It's a beautiful 747, but doesn't show the landing gear. It does look a bit strange. So that's Bravo 9. No, Fox Mike, I feel I have a cold, and I feel my voice already cracking up a bit, so... But I'm going to try to stream tomorrow again. Alright, here's Bravo 5. I can switch off the strobe lights as well. Ooh, that was a bit of an overshoot there. Yeah, the exterior light looks nice, yeah. It does. I feel that it does. They have done a good job there, yeah. Yeah, Brettson, yeah, I was in Minneapolis. And that definitely was the last flight into US for me for a long time. Oh, and that reminds me though. I have booked the flights for the Flight Sim show in so the FS weekend. So I'm hoping to see people there. Looking for the meeting, lots of people. Right, we got the APU running, so shut down items. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Hydraulic off, take those two on as well. Fuel pumps. That's looking good, that's looking good. TCAS, transponder. Shutdown checklist. Parking brake is set. And that's the shutdown checklist complete.
All station, vessel start now, closing mode, close advisory 122, decimal 8, bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much for the service. Have a great week. Good night.
Bye.
Yeah, the FS Expo. That's the correct name, right? Yeah, FS Expo. Right, cool. Oh, okay, so Timo, so I get your argument. You're saying that it's not really free. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so it's not free. I get it. It's not free because obviously you do need the premium deluxe version, right? So obviously, yeah, you have to pay, yeah. So, but strictly speaking, I'm not wrong. Because the Horizon mod, so that improvement of the original add-on, that is free. Airbus, no, apparently not. So apparently Airbus, if you don't have the Premium Deluxe in 2020, apparently you can just buy the 2024 version and it should then work. At least that's somebody said. I haven't tried that, but somebody told me that today. Lovely. Cool. All right, but all in all, I have to say, not a bad flight. And the crash to desktop we had on the taxi out, that was because I was in the outside view, and I have a feeling it was NVIDIA driver driver related. So I think not so much the sim itself. Peter, good night to you. Yeah, I think it's a solid A to B aircraft, yeah. You know, nothing too crazy, but this will be a good add-on for many people if they already own the Premium Deluxe version, yeah. Oh, hang on, I'm trying, yeah. No, that doesn't work for me, the Neum 5, unfortunately. I have set that somewhere else. I have that button somewhere else. Hang on. So keyboard, center. Is it center? No. View. Shift. Is it shift? And okay. No. Oh, there we go. That has worked. Yeah, shift. Okay, cool. Yeah, Kuro. Yeah, exactly. That's another mod that we had. Let me go quickly change to daytime. I want to see how it looks during daytime. Right. Ooh, that's bright. Hey. Oof. So this is Fly Tampa, Athens. Flashbang, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it looked like. Yeah, so it's Flight Tampa Athens officially is working in 2024. So that's nice. Ja, vielen Dank. So, ich habe schon länger keine Tutorials mehr gemacht. Ich muss da mal wieder langsam rangehen. Aber vielen Dank, NS. Dankeschön. The sun has risen in Athens. That's nice. Look at that. All those solar panels there. Crazy. Yeah, it looks nice. It does look nice, doesn't it? Yeah, Brett-san, so first of all, you do need... So if you had the Premium Deluxe version in Microsoft 2020, then you have to update the 787 mod to version 1.2.4, then drag the or copy the folders, so the Horizon Mod folders from 2020 into the Community 2024 folder, then what happens is that under here, you will get this prompt here. So not creator approved. However, further down, further down, you will see here, Horizon Simulation 7 at Night branch V124 installed. The thing is, though, that you have to make sure that this one is deactivated. The 787-10 Dreamliner by working title. So that has to be deactivated in order for the upgrade here to work. Yeah, there's some good videos, Brett San, on YouTube. Yeah, exactly, guys. Thank you very much, everyone. A big shout out again to Brenold for the €30 donation, and we also had 5 gifted subs today by John Tamaya. John, thank you so much again for your generosity. Then we had some new members. Welcome to the community, and also for all the resubs, guys. So that means a lot to me. Guys, without your help, this would not be possible. So thank you so much for the support, for the kind words. Thanks for the good questions, as always. You know, my stream lives from your inputs, from your questions, from your feedback. That's me in the picture. Not quite. Not quite, Shalent. Yeah, D60, thank you so much for watching. Cool, guys. Thank you, everyone. And I'll see you again, if you like, tomorrow evening. Tomorrow we'll probably do 2 flights. Not sure about the first one, but the second one will then be in DCS. But the first one, I think I may go back into X-Plane 12. We'll see. We'll see what we get to that, okay? Thank you much, everyone. Take care. Good night to you.